I didn't notice that it had started already. Welcome. I'm just kidding. Of course. Of course I'm kidding. Aha! La la. Boop. Boop. Alright. That out of here. It's going slow. I have to do something. Because I was there. I did something. And so I needed to go back to the older save. Bam. Boom. Just, it's nice to just ding ding ding. Bam bam bam. All right. Okay. Oh. Oh no. What are we doing today? I'm going to finish our mark on this world. Because we're gonna find Cult Mommy. And but I need to wait a day. Kind of been playing Elder Scrolls Online, so I might have a few controller mishaps here and there today. But that shouldn't take too long. Why not do main quest while waiting a day? Because I already waited a day. I don't like switching quests in the middle of them, you know? It's just a little brain thing that I don't like doing. I like to do quests like all the way through before I change to do something else. Boop, boop, boop. It hurts me brain. I guess it's a little bit like I'm trying to keep control of my attention span. How do you know? How do you know I'm a foreigner? I've been here for multiple days. I am no longer a foreigner. Come on, guys. My red tower. Come here. Then we go to Duneville and we find Lady Underground in the desert. Also, I did some stuff. Let's see if you can tell what I did.
So much to yes. Walk blessed, friend. Work.
I need a flight.
Where to?
To Duneville. Always flying off of it. Man, I ate a pretty big dent in those animal crackers. Wings! I'm afraid. I'm afraid of the game. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Ooh, nice. Check out that fall damage. Barely anything. We're gonna talk to Esme. That was her name.
Move along.
That's... Oh my god. Why couldn't they just keep certain things the same on controller?
Sod off! Blazes, how stupid are you? Give us that fucking trinket or we'll take it from your dead body.
Oh, thank the seven. Hey! Over here!
Great. Just right.
Hold on. So she got found by some bandits, I guess.
Oh, just great. Another eight-turner cunt.
Oh my gosh.
A cocky one, aren't you? Fine, then let's do this the hard way.
Ah, where did you come from? Nice roll into your Your ragdoll.
Shit. What the hell just happened? Yeah, I think so. That innkeeper, Daljan, told me it'd be safe if I didn't go too far
Cool.
in the cave entrance.
Some souls,
Followed me, and I always thought this country was easier on our kind. Live and
Multiple?
learn. But there is good news too.
I hope I haven't missed it.
Well, while I was waiting, I asked around a bit. Some of the sailors told me that there had been a strange group that had stopped in Duneville recently. 7 people, all dressed in gray robes.
Ah.
Yeah.
Terra.
And they caused quite the ruckus. Apparently one of them voluntarily gave the innkeeper a pouch full of gold for a handful of provisions. Sadly, the wrong kind of people got wind of it and tried to rob the group afterwards.
Tried to.
One of the group's women must have been a mage or something. She tore the bandits apart with the flick of her finger. They stayed for one more day while they stocked up and prepared for an expedition. Then, the rich man gave all his money to the miners and they left. Apparently to the north.
Who's that man, Del Mercer?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
So they were here, and they were headed for the ritual site. We're on the right track. Yes, how can I help you? Hello, Neko. Am I really a nerd, though? I'm not very smart, and that's the stereotype of a nerd, right? I'm more of a geek. So they were here, and they were headed for the ritual site. We're on the right
Exactly.
track.
And do you want to know something else?
What?
All that happened 2 weeks ago. Do you understand? Tara was here just a fortnight ago.
You know a lot of stuff can happen. Then let's go find her.
That's exactly. Here. This is where we should find that ruin.
You're...
It's a bit of a hike.
She's
but if
probably
we leave
dead.
Now, we should be there soon. Come on. You lead the way.
That a different sword? Get a new sword now that we're in the desert? Oh, that's you. I was looking at my... oh my god. It's happening! Old Ishmartep? I've been there. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons from playing Elder Scrolls Online. Man, I can run for days in Elder Scrolls Online.
There. That should be the ruin.
That's crazy looking. Have I been up inside of this place and I just never looked up? It's a cave. Stabbed with spears all around. Stabbed full of spear cave.
Here we are. You lead the way, okay?
Don't I always? Alright.
Arbs. That's strange.
ARPs? Is that what they're called in this? Weren't they like Dwemer? Tara and the others were still here, wouldn't they have done something about them?
Guess. But let's push on.
Hmm. Sunroof. Sunroof. Ah! Wow, things die a lot faster in this game as well compared to Elder Scrolls Online. Whoa, look at that. Whoa. Also, I'm not looking at like, I'm not looking at enemies because they're not glowing yellow, meaning that they have something in them. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna be thinking about my item limit of 70. And there's a different lock picking. Oh no. Where are all the mushrooms? I've been going around Vardenfell. I'm new. I'm new. But still. Man. Chaos Nova really might actually help. Might actually be pretty good. Death Breath doesn't seem to be working as well as it used to. I am right in saying that Chaos Nova has an AoE effect on it, right? Oh, I can sell that. More of these and these and these, huh? Alright. Yay.
Robes. Like the ones in Doll Mercer's house. But why? Where are the cultists? And where's Tara?
Maybe they moved on. I mean, the robes are covered in blood, and they're all in, like, a specific pattern, meaning they didn't take them off.
Without their robes? Don't be ridiculous. We need to have a look around. Come on.
She's dead. Cheese! Cheese! Cheese for the cheese god. Thorium? Don't mind if I do. Oh, I have to check out the knee. The statue's knee. Of course. Of course. You know, why wouldn't it? Oh, jeez. Ah. So did you guys figure out what was different? Yet? Did you guys figure out what I did to the game? I bet you couldn't tell. Let us hope that the last autosave wasn't that bad. Let us hope. Ah, that's not that bad. I'm gonna drop an actual save real quick. Pick up my cheeses again. My Nestorium. That's bad posture, man. It's also not really strong enough of a strike to get anything out of that. The way people frickin' mine in this game is ridiculous. Alright. Save it again!
All know that feeling. Everything is going to be all right.
Fear is a phantasm conjured by our own mind. You are afraid of a pain that won't come. She promised.
Don't.
Tara!
Child,
Mistress,
you are afraid, are you not?
They're not standing in the right places.
What is it that you fear?
I don't know.
Why are there no subtitles for this part?
You are afraid of dying. But that is not what will happen. None of you will. On the contrary. You will become part of something greater. Death is man's purpose. In the face of time, his life is but a flicker. No more than the batting of an eyelash. And his existence is pointless. Born to die, in a world revolving around the same vices, the same mistakes, the same personalities, trapped in an endless cycle. You, however, you are different. You are prepared to give your spark for something greater than yourself. You are on the verge of doing something meaningful. Something real.
Meaningful to you. We are sacrificing ourselves so that you can live.
You believe that I need your spark to exist, but you err. I do exist with...
Where are the subtitles?
And if you refuse, Tara, then this is how it shall be. You are not here because I forced your hand. You never were. You are here because, for once in your life, you You want to do something with purpose. Something that matters. Your souls are too frail for peace, and stagnation poisons your minds. I am the watcher of the game. I have been for eons, since the beginning of time, when from darkness came light. I do not judge. I do not feel. I merely preserve the underpinnings of your world.
Okay, so I wasn't close enough for them.
Then it will always continue like that. Eternal conflict. Eternal cycles.
The prospect of this saddens you. But you misunderstand. In every desert, there's a black grain of sand among a billion others.
What do you mean?
Every battle is a new chance. Nobody knows if man will ever overcome his nature. But one day he might. But until that day arrives, she needs to do what she does. Else this world would drown in chaos. And this is our purpose, Terra. Don't you see? To give her a part of our essence so that she can wander this world. You can go and be yet another meaningless drop of water in the stream of existence, or you can do something that matters. The choice is yours.
Alrighty. What are you doing? What are you running around for?
Blazes. This just isn't possible. They have to be somewhere.
I'm sorry, Esme. They're gone.
What do you mean? How do you know?
I had another vision.
What's that supposed to mean?
Esme?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. These visions. How certain are you that they're accurate?
They have been 100% accurate every single time. You went to Wonderland last night with your brother? Okay. Did you meet the Hatter? Did you meet Cheshire? Quite certain. I'm sorry, Esme. Terra is gone. She and the others gave their lives for the Veiled Woman.
No. No, I don't buy it. Terra wouldn't do something like this. Not for some group of deranged lunatics.
Oh, you watched the
Never.
cartoon. Did you ever check out the Alice in Wonderland musical porno? She wanted to do something that mattered.
Something that mattered? This? God damn it. And what about us? What about all those years we spent together? Didn't they matter too? Why, Terra? Why by the 7 wasn't that enough? Why couldn't you just be happy for once in your fucking life?
Because you weren't worth it.
I don't get it.
You're not special. Mad Hatter-sama. Yamete kudasai. There's none of that. Wow, there's a lot of choices.
Well, I don't. She had it all. For fuck's sake. Do you have the slightest idea what some people are actually going through out there? Day in, day out, they have to fight for their survival.
Yeah, I fight for my survival every
She
day
had it
in
all.
this world called
A roof
Enderal.
over her head, food, money, people to whom she meant the fucking world. But no, that wasn't enough. It was always about herself, even this. She never wasted a bloody minute even thinking about what it would do to me.
Does the Red Queen
Terra,
have Eldritch
Terra,
Hentai
Terra.
powers? No.
It was always about you, and you alone. Something real. Bullshit. This was all about feeding her ego. The ever so sad looking Eterna girl with the watery eyes. Fuck the rest, right? Fuck what your stupid sadness does to the people around you. I need to go. This is too much. This is just too much.
Alright, bye. Watch out for the ARPs. Alright. As long as I can go back for it. It was probably in that one place, right? The castle? Yeah, the castle. But yeah, no, that Alice in Wonderland musical, it does not have Eldritch Tentacle hentai powers. It's from like the 70s or so. That's not the run button in this. Do I like blonde or black hair Alice more? Probably black hair Alice, because she, like, you know, slices things to pieces. Also, there's a BS gate that has a bad hitboxing on the lever, so you would have to no clip through to get it. What was the name of that castle? I'm gonna go get that right now. I knew that she would dislike me saying that. I knew that she would. Castle Bleak Star, that's what it was called. Castle Bleak Star was in the Dark Valley, if I'm remembering right. Castle Bleak Star, right there. Can't set a destination. I don't know why you can't. That seems like something that would be okay to put in this game. Even if they took out the waiting. Castle Bleak Star. The world is my stage. Yahoo! I think I actually made a joke about that. It's like Bleak Star is Black Star's melancholy cousin or something. Myrid Tower. What am I doing? I'm going off in a weird direction. The map doesn't actually correlate to the actual map? Oh, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's okay. It's okay, that was last week. There's been enough time. I also keep trying to jump with the A button instead of the Y button. I gotta know. You're not the dude.
Walk? Sure. Where to?
Sure, where to? Yeah. Every week that I have to go to Castle Bleakstar. What did one flag say to the other? Nothing, it just waved. I have 2 main quests. Oh yeah, the other stuff. I know what you're talking about now. I remember. Boom, 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 boom. I keep having to do like sneak missions in Elder Scrolls Online, and I've gotten to the point where I just run in and just don't even care about bounty. Because... Is that right? Yeah. Because it's right there. Alright. Hold on. Where? I almost hit H for horse. Because that's the... Oh my god. I didn't even think... Yes, tomorrow is Sekiro, yeah. And then I'll have to fight the corrupted monk more. Follow the river this way. Oh! Hey, look at that. Yeah, I was checking which way I needed to go, though. I knew which river. The moment that you said follow the river. I'm not that dumb, gosh. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't been... Once it clicked, I haven't been whooped up on since Sekiro clicked for me. Around and... No, it's west. I just had to, you know, go north in order to go west. You know how it is. Bam, 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 bam. Wait. Is it up there? Is that the castle then? Yeah, I'm right next to it. So I need to go south. So yeah, it's up there. Yeah, horse climbing mountains. This is not the way that I'm supposed to go up mountains. Huh? I am a little bit... oh, I can do it. I probably can't do it, but I just wanted to try, you know? Alright, I can't do it. Is that iron? I would like you guys to stop. Is there a path this way that I missed? That goes up the mountain? Or do I have to go around? Let's go around. Hey, another ice claw. Is 40 experience really enough for discovering something? I think that I should get like 1 billion. 1 billion. Silver? I don't know. I've got a ton of it. I haven't used any of it. Alright, is there a way up there this way? It's like 5 places. It's 200 XP. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. God. God dang it, horse. Castle Bleak Star that way. I just came from that way. Where's the next sign? To tell me which way Castle Bleak Star is. I'm gonna go get that soul. That's... Alright, wait. There. There you go. Alchemists abandoned camp. There's one. The crosses? So it was that way that I started going and then turned back from. And that's why I have a terrible sense of direction. Because even if I'm going the right way, I'll think I'm going the wrong way and turn around. Check my frames. Do I have any? Did I make any frames? Yeah, I was joking about like a carpentry thing, like I crafted frames, but yeah, I haven't dropped any frames, so we're doing pretty good today. Even with the upgrades that I made. Have you guys figured out what the upgrades that I made were? Have you guys figured out what I did to the game? Do you know? Do you know? It was probably extremely obvious. Do do do. Do 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 do. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Wait. Also, Net of Souls. Wow, that's bright. Why you gotta be so bright like that? Is it still going? Is it here? Hold on, let me... go back, fine, go back. This way? Is this what you want? For me to go this way? To the left, to the left? Ah! Kilana Hammerblow! Kilana Hammerblow. Alright. I'm gonna look at this. Is this the door that you were talking about that you have to no-clip through? Because I don't think there's a way to open it. Well, let's see what's inside. Excuse me. Now everything has swimming controls. So why didn't they put in a way to get in here without having to do that? Fragment ring. Find the lost fragments. Nice. Ooh, pretty. Toxic. Oh. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Hey, it's her again. I don't need any more blue malphas. Flower. Alright, cool. I've done all that I set out to in this play. Now I can just leave. Yay, the Dark Valley. Okay, so I don't know how I feel about certain things. Teleport to Ark. I can do that. I was gonna go get those things, though. Yeah. Those things. I don't know if I said this. I think I did this after last week's stream. I don't know if I actually said anything, but I have started work on learning the Skyrim creation kit. On learning how to use it. I even created my own conjuration ability. Which summons a swarm of insects that does not take damage, but does very little damage and lasts for like a minute. So it's basically just a get people off of you thing and do a little bit of damage while being immune. I did. Not for Enderal, because you gotta do some crap. But I'm learning. And I'm thinking about trying to go ahead with that Diablo mod. It's just going to be based off of Diablo gameplay. I'm not going to be like recreating Tristram or anything. But yeah, I've got it started. Skyrim Bioshock again. Yeah! Make Skyrim Bioshock again. Oh, it's not on there yet. I thought because I was close enough it would be on there. Wait. Where am I right now? What is this area? So I'm thinking about making I'm gonna make some. I'm thinking maybe 4 classes with different play styles. I'm gonna try to make it to where you like each class has like an ultimate that they can choose, and then like you could choose one of 3 ultimates, and then you're going down a path of like, okay, this is what, explore the abandoned Arcanist camp? Oh, the one that I found with all the wisps around. I think it was over here, right? Yo! Me not knowing where I'm going. But yeah, I'm gonna try to come up with like 4 classes that might be interesting and have like three skill trees that you can go down for each. Whoa! Yeah, found it. It'll be slow work because I don't actually know what I'm doing. But it'll get done. Someday, I'm sure. There we go. I see them. I'm pretty chicken. But doesn't mean you have to call me chicken. Okay, that was a bad idea. Get him! Ow! Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Oh, I'm out. I'm out of mana. Oh, no! Wisps are the worst! Oh, no. Oh, no. Get him. Get him. Wisps are the worst. Okay. Hello, note. The first few days in these cursed forests seemed to be more peaceful than the rumors had me expect. Where are the pathless ones everyone talks about? The bodies of those that died in battle? A certain depressing atmosphere, however, is undeniable. To know that once on this soil there had been such injustice, and now to walk along the graves on this ancient graveyard, it pains my mind when I go to sleep at night. My investigations, however, bore interesting fruits. The cave near my camp, which possibly served as a food depot for the Blood Moon rebels, houses a much older, apparently undiscovered complex of ruins. Maybe there the last ritual ground can be found. How exciting. Tomorrow I will promptly start the exploration of these buried and forgotten halls. I could trace the magic spell to the deserted cloister very close by. If I get to visit all ritual sites, the gates could open up by chance. What will await me beyond? What's the purpose of this ancient building? Soon we will know. I'm not gonna take it. I'm too full on notes. Okay. Is there anything else around this camp, or? You get over here. Get over here, you sexy beast. Okay, that way or that way? Looks like I would be easier to go this way. Because there's a path here. Up there? Maybe. Oh, I'm back at this cliff side. Here. Oh, this is close. This one's getting closer. Yeah, jump. Oh, God. Found it. Vatir's lair discovered. Run, rocket launcher! Run! No. Alright, fine. Rocket launcher, attack! You were in the way. Yeah, attack! Oh my god. Yeah, get him, rocket launcher! Oh god! Yeah, that's not what I wanted to happen. Oh, we already found out that horses and donkeys are invincible because I jumped it off of a thing and I fell to my death instead of whirlwind. So we already know that they're invincible. That's not what I was originally intending to happen. I was trying to get this Vatir here, but hey, sometimes it just doesn't work. Kept him off of me. That's all I needed. Dun, 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 dun. I've got tons of these. I don't need more. Take the standard. Do you know how many health potions I have? Also, I didn't see one. Was it in the thing? Oh, there it is. Big chest. Oh, Jesus. There we go. I got big chest. Rocket launcher, you saved me. Now it's time to get that other one. Yeah. What scroll? The scroll for what? I have so many experts. I have like 6 experts. What I need are masters. I never find expert locks to pick. They're always masters, and I'm like, oh no, I can't. Well, if I never find experts and I have like 6 of them, why do I need another one? That's the and. There we go. Of course I am. Why would I try to take the path? Dun, dun. Yeah, you... No, that was my friend! You're the one who attacked me, alright? Also, it's not that it's easier to climb the mountain. It's just so funny. I skipped that cave during the Kalia quest. Which cave? I don't know. That was a while ago. Okay, I got 3 of them. Is it in the Dark Valley before I return to Ark? Oh yeah, look at that. I don't need everything. I don't need to loot everything anymore. Yeah, yeah, well, look. Cool. Look at that. I got 18 coins. Is that good for you? Do you like that? Do they have any, like, level 7 summoning books? Is there something to do with this tree here? They got some eggs that I can't... Here, I'll take their pea swede. Nothing in there, nothing in there. I don't want there's nothing in the pot. Oh, it's so great. Did I see the video of Evil Flash talking about jerking off at supersonic speed? I did, yes. There. Let's make some... Ooh, horse meat! There we go. I made all of the food. some cheese. I didn't even need to. I don't even remember. Dr. Zoom. Do they just call him Reverse Flash, even though his name is Dr. Zoom? Northwind Mine? Light Grove. Old Canal. I don't remember being in a old Doffelgrad. I don't remember being in a cave with Kalia. I think that's the biggest problem. If you mean like the early one, where I reloaded the game because you can't go back there at a certain point, because you said that. Yeah, like he would slow things down. Is the castle where you're talking about? Castle Dal Galar? Where I was trying to find out the angel and I found out that she was like the child. There was a cave along the way. Okay. Let's go to that cave then. North! Hey! I actually took that from, I took my, my swarm that I made from Spriggans. Wait, wasn't that with Esme? Or something? Whenever we were on our way to Castle Bleakstar? Because I wanted to go into the cave, and then whenever I went into the cave, she was like... No, wait, that might have been Kalia. I think I know what you're talking about now. Going the wrong way. Because there's mountains all over the place. I remember I went in and then she was like, all right, we did it. And then we left. Was there like, are you saying there was a soul in there? And then I just didn't think about looking for a soul? Alright, follow the path. I'm following the path. It glitched on me? What glitched on me? The Spriggan being dead or something? Or the matriarch? Well, let's go get some good loot. Oh, the optional cave glitched. Darn, it's god-awful. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was the North Wind Mine, right? God-awful CW superhero shows. Yeah, 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 yeah. No rocket launcher. Bam, 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 bam. Oh man, Supergirl's pretty bad. I think everybody agrees that Batwoman is the absolute worst of those shows. Powerpuff Girls! Live action Powerpuff Girls coming to the No! Don't ruin the Powerpuff Girls. Oh, God. That's definitely gonna be full of misandry. They're going to take on the patriarchy. And the costumes look like a cheap porno. Well, maybe I'll look into it a little bit then. Maybe I'll look into it. Wait, no, I totally remember this cave now. Yeah, I totally remember this cave, full of elemental wolves and crap, and yeah, I mined here. I picked up a bunch of stuff. Get off of me. Don't just suck. The puff means they're whales. Oh my god. But the professor added something by accident. Cellulite butt. What is happening? Alright. Well, since I've been here, I'm gonna use my return spell. And go back to Arc. You know, the professor is probably going to be changed to a woman. I also recently watched Willy's Wonderland. That movie is chock full of plot holes, but it's very stupid and fun. It's a very bad movie, but I like it because it's a bad movie. Of course, I hate strobe light in complete darkness. It's not scary, it's just annoying. Maybe if you were in it, you know, it would be scary, but oh god, I would never. No. Do I think they'll race swap the Powerpuff Girls? Well, Blossom can't be redhead. Blossom cannot have red hair. We must eradicate all gingers from media and replace them with black people. Bubbles kind of is probably going. Buttercup is black. Okay, never mind then. Bubbles is probably going to. Blossom is a brunette. The heck? This bull crap. Again, it looks terrible. You can if you want to. Of course it would be easier for me to eat, but I don't care. Is there enough for a sandwich? I would like a sandwich with just a little extra barbecue on it. Barbecue chicken sandwich. Shut my door too much.
Yes?
Oh my god. Oh, Batwoman is so bad. Batwoman is so bad. Rhetoric's by 8. 8% better prices. 7% better prices. Am I green for money? We're watching the Gojira versus Monkey movie, and you were like, wow, someone really spent $200 million on this. It's great though, right? You make it sound like that's a bad thing.
Just where did I put it?
Where's the dude? Gabeoff, where are you? I put on my money stuff.
How they are.
For selling things to you. Yeah, right? Did you hear that people were like complaining that the humans didn't have much to do in Godzilla vs. Kong? It's like, who cares? Why are you spoiling that movie? Why are you spoiling? Where are the people? Where are the store people?
Yes?
Oh, I thought he was humping the air. He's just scratching himself.
An outlander? What are you? In this part of the city. Shouldn't you be, I don't know, somewhere else?
Yeah, exactly that. Maybe Gabeoff is there now. Gabeoff, where are you? Are you up here? I must sell my stuff. It's like, who cares what the humans are doing? I want to see giant monsters fighting. Where's your husband? Can I speak to the man of the house?
I really need that new herbal essence for my hair.
of Gaboff. Only carrying too much to run because I don't have my good armor on. Apparently it got really good reviews. Except for the people who were like, "Wow, where's my human interaction? Show me what you've got in stock."
Just take your time.
Well, I'm going to assume that the B is silent, Giselbert. Welcome. Welcome, Giselbert. Yeah. She should have died. I'm not gonna worry about mesmerizing this dude. There, that's better. That's easier. How's the magic in the game? I feel underpowered, to be honest, but I think that I would probably feel underpowered if I was a melee class too. If I was doing melee.
Safe travels.
Ah, really? Just let me jump down. It's... I've complained about it a little bit. It's not... I mean, there's a ton of work put into this game, but some of the spells just feel kind of, you know, samey.
Oh my, now who is this?
Well, you're
To
much
see
prettier
you
now.
here fills me with bliss, 'cause I can tell just from your eyes you search for magical disguise. I've seen this face, so yes, my wares it is you want to see. I promise you, they'll bring you glee.
How awkward do you think it is for the actors to cheer for the CGI monsters in front of a green screen? I bet it's pretty funny, actually. I bet they don't have much of a problem with it. Yeah, sell that. I have so many goddamn potions. I never use these. I'm gonna get rid of them. I never make things alchemy-wise. I'm never gonna use that or that or that. I use those every now and then, but let's just get rid of that. I have so much stuff. I'm never gonna use these invisibility potions. I'm just never going to. I know they're useful, but 10% easier lockpicking, I don't care. I'm never gonna use that before picking a lock. Oh, that would be great. That, I keep saving these so that I can buy stuff, but I never use them. Those are worthless. The Golden God versus the Rat King. I'd watch that movie. Alchemy. I can sell those, I don't care. I think my handicraft is too good for experts now. You know what's cool about Elder Scrolls Online? You can craft with your stuff in the bank. Yeah. Anything. Just give us anything made by the people of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Magic in this game, though. Mage Light is incredibly helpful. It's, pretty much actually useful.
Sir, are you looking for something to read?
Force power would be dope. You mean like a force push? There's some role-play Jedi stuff in here. Like we got Force Lightning, uses your health to do damage. There is a Force Push. I think it's called Psionic Push. I don't have very good psionics though. But you can. Let's. You know, telekinesis. You know, stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think you can actually hurt anything with telekinesis though. But yeah, you can like force push. If you want a lightsaber, I mean it's technically not a lightsaber, but you know, close enough, right? And then you got your force push in your other hand. And your Sith lightning. What was I doing? Ah, yes. I need to talk to what's his name? Jaspar. Because he's a Dalveric, right? Let's go to there. Let's see Jaspar. I'm a dancing nomad. And I'm gonna walk. But other than that, you've got, entropy spells, which, you know, use your mana and your life to cast. I kind of wish it was one or the other for some things. Like that Force Lightning is called Death Breath. And I wish that it was just my health, but I think it uses my mana too. Or my magicka. Sorry. Let's see, what else? Life. You know, like light magic for healing. And mentalism for buffing. Psionics for, you know, mind control stuff. Like, you can panic people, and that's also this force push. Because you're using psychic powers. And elementalism, which is your basic fire, lightning, and ice spells. Just use equilibrium at the same time as death breath, and it will only take mana. Or you mean health. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Equilibrium, like, trades your health for mana, right? I don't want to kill myself. Hello, miss. Aren't you a little close? I'm going to get a quest started real quick. And then I will be on my way to messing stuff up with my powers. However, as I said before, my force push stats aren't very good. So I'm not going to be using force push to good effect. Sir?
Malphas's blessings.
Did you happen to see my friend? Tall, grey hair, bluish coat?
That pretty boy, you mean? Aye. He was here yesterday, all night long, with some noble woman. Haven't seen him since, though. He looked a little battered, if you ask me. You know him well?
We work together.
I see. You know what? If you're looking for him anyway, could you give him this once you find him? A courier brought it along a few hours ago.
I thought it would be easy to start this quest. A package? Did the courier tell you who it's from?
A young woman, apparently. Maybe one of his beloved, who knows. Seemed urgent, though. Anyway, I need to get back to work. I'll tell the guy you were looking for him if he comes back.
Scribbled piece of paper drops out of it. Pursue the first hint, pursue the second hint, pursue the third hint. Oh, God. Well.
Mead, stew, roast pork. Anyone?
I wasn't expecting that. Maybe I should do the other main quest first before this one. That way I can, you know, procrastinate on the stuff. I don't wanna do this. Save often. Make sure you to save the game every now and then via the escape menu. Okay. Just for you. Just for you, loading screen. I'm gonna put those away. These hands are lethal. I've been kind of a summoner in this game, for the most part. Oh, they're on the map. Cool. Well, I'm real close to this one, right? Hey, look at that. There it is. I didn't know that I thought I was actually gonna have to try to use that map somehow. Ooh. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll spit it out if I need to. No, I'm good. Thank you very much. As I have food now, my face must go bye-bye. Barbecue chicken sandwich. Okay. Wow. That's why it hasn't been working. It's got a long... Yeah, take that, rat! Ah. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, psionic push. If you level up your... If you level up your psionics, you can push that really far, apparently. But I am not a psionic guy. Yeah, take that. Pretty good sandwich. I don't want to try too hard. There you go. And I give him the suck. Life absorb. Arc sewer key. And an order. I'm going to add some extra barbecue sauce to this chicken sandwich. Target Sandgut Burnos. Never heard of him. Notes, a state in the upper city visits the bathhouse every day, not married, but affair. Trap. Harmless bookworm. Aristocrat. 500 pennies reward. Bonus of 250 for acquisition of the documents. Uh-huh. What does it do? Oh, you killed something. Good job! Ashy? I'm gonna call you Ashy. You're not the burnt keeper, but you're petrified and, you know. Ashy. Oh no, your name is Robert. Robert Petrie. Robert Petrified One. One, two, three. I don't want that. And I suck this rat. I'm sucking off this rat. Wow, where did they... Did you just jump into the ceiling and they just disappear? What? What a mad rat. Sandwich. Is Jaspar dead? Note from the corpse in the sewers.
I, Ilaria Nettlegrass, hereby confess my sins. For years I murdered under the moniker of the Black Widow. Man or woman, young or old, it didn't matter as long as the pay was right. Never was I brought to justice for my crimes, for I always knew how to outwit the law. I am a despicable creature, without mind or compassion, no better than a rabid animal. Now, however, the time of punishment has finally come, and I thank the Bone Judge who will carry out my judgment. I shall remain in this cage until I die of starvation. Food and drink shall be within sight, but never within reach. Nobody will come to my aid, and I will die in solitude, as I should. Ilaria Nettlegrass, hired killer.
Oh no, no. Wheat. And need. I understand everything. I understand perfectly. Really? Move! I was about to unsummon you. There's a lot of cheese in here. A lot of food. Oh, it's spoiled. I don't want it then. I mean, if I have to take care of it, and it's ungrateful for what I do for it, then I don't want to spoiled cheese. No, I have not. I figured I would wait until I had all three of them and then do that. I'm just gonna go ahead and, like, scarf the rest of this. Because I'm almost done. Okay. I finished my honey barbecue chicken sandwich, and now I'm stuck. I need my decoder ring. Then I would be able to...
Didn't know you were on patrol today, too.
Aye. Normally I wouldn't be, but Darwin's wife got sick, so I pitched in for her. How are things? Any troubles?
No.
Huh.
Nothing worth mentioning.
Huh. Yeah. It makes a pretty good sandwich. I did. Oh, I'm done. You can have it if you want to. Thank you very much. Okay, so which one is closest? I think I'm a little closer to this one.
There were these Killian sailors who got pretty loud earlier this week, but Gilbert and Mira got it under control.
I do not want the other half. At the moment, anyway. If anybody else wants to eat it first, then that's cool. Yeah. 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 Parkour. Hardcore parkour. La 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 la. See, I'm cool. I can walk on the side like that. Into the old granary. Where the old gran is. Do it for me. Do it for me. Yes. No, do it for me. Yes, get them. Get them with your poison axe. Honestly, old man, I don't get what all the fuss is about. I need a storage, your attic is almost empty, and I would pay you a gosh darn 15 pennies per week. Isn't that enough? You act like you've got the jewels of the Golden Queen in your attic. Come on, give it a try. P.S. And regarding your rat problem, you have to find out where those critters come from. Maybe from some holes in the walls. When you found them, put a big stone in front of it or block in any other way. That should take care of it. Yes, old man. Yeah, I can help. I can help with my sword. Question about Enderal's things and the way they work. As I tend to use my one-handed bound sword, if I ever decide to go melee. No, I didn't want the amphora. If I was to boost my one-handed, would that affect it, or is it just based on entropy? Does anybody know? Does anybody know?
I, Borio Oakenvale, hereby confess me sins. For decades, I abducted children from the Undercity and locked them in this basement. I defiled them, let them starve, and then
sold them to the highest bidders, who, like me, were also driven by carnal sins and perverse desires. Now, however, the time of punishment has finally come, and I thank the bone judge who will carry out my judgment. In shackles, I will watch as a pack of rats eats the flesh from my bones. Nobody will hear me screams, just like there was no one to hear those of the poor souls whose lives are destroyed. Signed, Boreo Oakenvale, child trafficker and murderer.
Okay, good. Good. Oh, good. Let's not... Let's also... Let's... Trying to think... There's any way that I can defile this guy's corpse at all. Oh. No, no. I would totally make this guy into an apparition just so that I can slash him a couple times. Just continuously summon him and slash him over and over again. But I guess I can't. Let's, you know, just so he knows. Just so he knows. I mean, just for insults, you know? Okay, that's good enough. Combination of entropy and one-handed. Yeah, so... I'm almost done. So, the bound sword could possibly be, like, the strongest weapon in the game. If it is a combination of the two. Right? Because... at the moment, my damage with it is 56. And that's with 113 entropy and 24 one-handed. So if I was to get that one-handed up to 100 as well, that or it improves half as fast as pure entropy spells. I could see that too. But wouldn't I be able to, like, just one-shot anything with a bound weapon? If the weapon's specific specific pointage was high enough? Like, shoot anything in the head and you just be able to boof if your marksman was 100 and your entropy was as high as you could get it to. Oh, I have a memory point. I forget. Summoned weapons deal 25% more damage too. You can also get that, and Yeah, I'm willing to believe that the bound weapons probably are like can be the strongest in the game. Oh yeah, blocking. Blech. Oh wait. Go to phasmalism. I don't know why this doesn't light up. Check if my early skill have multiple tiers. You mean Net of Souls? Net of Souls does have multiple tiers. Or Summon Apparition. I can reduce the amount of Arcane Fever I get whenever a summon dies. Hold on, you can summon the apparition bound to your equipment amulet. If it dies or leaves the reality due to other reasons, you are getting arcane fever proportionally to the health the apparition lost since it was summoned. So at the moment, I get 7% of his max health as arcane fever. Depending on the class of the apparition, the increase of the fever can be higher than the values above. Well, Petri doesn't really die all that much. You know? No, wait. 7% arcane fever? Shouldn't it be like 7% of his health? Based on the way that's worded? I could get this one. My enchantments would be an 20% stronger. But does that mean that I would have to enchant things again, or just enchantments in general are 20% stronger? So let's use that poison axe as an example. I already had tier 1 of this, meaning that it was 10% stronger. If I was to get that, would that axe's enchantment get another 10% stronger? Or after? Okay. So it doesn't go back and fix things afterwards. Oh, I already got that for the heavy armor. Can get that from marksman. Uh-huh. No, I would totally have one that was just a total spell slinger if I was a more melee class. I feel like I'm not very... I'm gonna get this this wise enchanter, tier 2. But I feel like I'm kind of still not that strong. You know? Like, whenever I'm zapping things with my death breath, it's only my apparition and my summons that are the real meat of what I can do. And I'm kind of more of the... I like being a summoner, but I like to fight alongside the stuff that I summon. Or, like, have pets in games. But I want to be able to fight next to them. Which is why I immediately went to Summoner in Phantasy Star Online 2. And then whenever I figured out that I couldn't fight beside my pet, I changed classes. Man, I liked that game, but after I had to reset my computer and it got undownloaded, I was just like, I don't want to deal with that again. I'd probably still be playing it then. Maybe put more so. Let's... What's my light magic at? 87? I don't know how much... I don't know what the max level is. Blade works. Do you mean one-handed? Or... Is that what you mean by that? Can I have unlimited blade works?
Hello.
Hello.
Please, I'm so hungry.
Okay, sorry about that.
Sir?
No, like blade skills.
Yes? Yes?
So you don't mean one-handed. Wait, blade skills? Yo, Brewhark, what's going on? Brohark. Do you mean like over here or something? Like Vandal skills? Is that what you mean by... Or Blade Dancer skills? Attacks with maces. Carnage. One-handed axes do bleeding damage. Those. Okay, that's what you mean. Oh, not too much here either. Doing a scavenger quest to find, like, where Jespar is or something. Talking about the way that skills and stuff work with each other. And I brought up the thought that summoned weapons, because they're not called bound weapons in this one, that summoned weapons can possibly be like the strongest weapons in the game. If you know, like, if you boost your one-handed to 100 and your entropy to 100, they might just be like the strongest weapons in the game. And then you got like marksman abilities and stuff for bows, if you want to go bows. Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna go through the town. Probably shouldn't go through the town because of loading screens. I didn't think about that. I don't know why, but I was immersed completely and thought that this was the real world and was like, I'll just go through the town. I'll just go through the parking lot. To the other side instead of driving all the way around. Don't worry too much about the riddle. They don't give you the option to skip resolving it the old-fashioned way.
Yes?
Well, based on the clues that I have, I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
Yes?
I only need to get the other one. Wait a second. This is... Wait, didn't I just come through this door? A little game of hangman never killed anyone. Except for that stick figure. I'm sorry. No, no, I'm not. I would say it again. At certain points of the game, you can converse with your companions to learn more about them. Use these opportunities. Some of these conversations aren't available anymore once you have passed a set point in the story.
Yes?
Okay, so it does want me to go around. Way! I've never found this before. Really? I think I know the answer to the riddle, though. Yeah, I heard they went back to some of the... I don't want to say, like, older... I mean, they're older games, but... They put in some of the more anime aspects of some of the games before World. Ah, Monster Hunter's great, right? Always innovating. Not a single game is the exact same as the one before it. Like so many other games. What did you do, sir?
Hereby confess my sins. For decades, I imprisoned men and women from all continents of Vin and sold them to the highest bidders. 462 men, 561 women, and 210 children have me to thank for a life spent in slavery. I don't remember their names. Now, however, the time of punishment has finally come, and I thank the Bone Judge who will carry out my judgment. Crucified, I shall be hoisted over a pool of acid whose caustic fumes will burn away the skin from my body. Nobody will come to my aid, and I will die in solitude, as I should.
Alright, cool. I got all 3 of them. Yeah. I remember playing Monster Hunter 1 on PSP. You okay? Oh god. Look, Rocket Launcher knows the troubles of Monster Hunter 1 on PSP. Rocket Launcher is shaking because of it. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. You get that claw going so that you can change the camera angle. While you're in the middle of fighting, because you got to use the D-pad. Played a little bit of Monster Hunter 2 on PSP. That one was pretty much the exact same as the first one. They just added a few extra weapons. I think that's when the dual swords and the long swords came in. And after that, World is the one that I played after that. I even had a slight, like, Monster Hunter ripoff called Lord of Arcana for PSP. That game was pretty cool. First Monster Hunter was Try for the Wii. I think that was your vote for top third-party game for the platformer. I don't have a Wii, so I never got to try. Huh. Yeah. Whenever World came out, I was playing it like every night for a few months. Now I know it's not as bad as some games, but I've got like 300, 400 hours. Like, some people can play games for like thousands of hours. I've never been able to keep on something for that long.
Yes?
Have I modded my Enderal? I said that I did. And I said earlier, oh, can you guys tell what I did to it? But yeah, if you're one of those people who can put like 1,000 hours into a game easy, then it will definitely devour your spare time. You could tell. I made things prettier. Just a little bit. Yeah.
Boy, you there. Don't look at me like that.
As well, Esme's character model was completely different while I was doing her quest. Steam Skyrim 866 hours, special edition 612 hours, and you had it for Xbox before that. Yeah, I think that my first Skyrim game would probably have been around there too if the game hadn't started breaking and I had like I've said this before, but I had like invisible wolves attacking me, and the ground was see-through, and I was trying to walk through a mountain that I couldn't see and stuff like that for my PS3 version of Skyrim. And then I just never went back to it. Saturday, a couple days ago Saturday, I actually downloaded the Elder Scrolls Online as a free trial on Steam. And to anybody who is curious about the Elder Scrolls Online, it is also on sale for 60% off until the 15th, I think it was. And there's still a few days left in that free trial. I'm gonna save before I talk to Jespar. Solve the cipher. Alright. Let's do this. Ah, note from the corpse of the harbor. I like it. Get a pen and a paper? How about I get a notepad on my computer instead? Because I don't know where a pen is at all in this house. Notepad. Oh, it's so bright. Oh. I'm destroying the white balance. I like it. I don't have everything unlocked because I didn't get all of the the expansions and stuff. I just have the basic standard pack at the moment. Farmer's Coast. No, I want to start with the one that's first. Corpse in the Sewers. No, that's not the... Alright, shut up. Okay. C. K. C. Apostrophe. H. Question mark. M. E. N. L. E. O. U. A. R. Period. You have online in Morrowind. Found it somewhat fun. You can guess how many underscores there are just by looking at it. Yeah. And you found it somewhat fun. You've loved the lore, but MMOs have never really been my jam. MMOs have never been my jam either, but that's mostly because I don't like I don't like the way that most MMOs work. No, that's M. I need an N. Doot doot. Doot. C I A N Wait, I forgot the I. N Y D.
My sins. For you.
There we go. Shut up. U E O O F L Y O E.
I confess me sins.
All right. So it would be sure to drink your Ovaltine. Knock, knock. Who's there? Come in alone if oh, now I've messed it up now that I'm at the end. Come in alone, comma, L. Oh, if only you dare. That's what I got. I don't know if that's right. I did it. Oh man, I could have did that much if I would have did that a little bit more organized instead of doing it the way I did it, that would have been a little easier. All right. Knock knock, who's there? Come in alone if only you dare. All right, I'm going to leave that up. I'm going to minimize it, but I'm going to leave it up. Just in case I need it for something and then I, forgot. But yeah, I'm enjoying Elder Scrolls Online. I'm in Vardenfell right now, first area, I think. Pretty sure it's the first area. And I'm a Dragon Knight. But I'm not so sure if man, I don't want to put so much work into a class and then want to change classes. Anyway. Jaspar?
You? Why are you here?
was looking for you. Are you okay? You seem a little rattled.
No. Don't worry about it. I just needed some air. You know, I've had this question in my head for quite some time now, and I can't figure out the answer to it.
Tell me, maybe I can help you.
Imagine a girl. Ever since she was a child, she's been abused by her father. Beaten, in other words. She grows to be a woman, and eventually her father dies. Then she falls in love with a man who has a lot of similarities with her father. She doesn't know why she loves him, but she does. And though it all seems nice in the beginning, he becomes more and more aggressive, starts screaming at her for no reason, until one day he too grabs the cane she knows all too well. Now, the question. On a very conceptual level, who is responsible for the situation the woman's in? Her companion because he abuses her? The woman herself because she unconsciously picked a man similar to her father? Or her father because he was the one who beat her in the first place?
I would say the father because he's the one who started it all. You see, the father beat her and unlocked her love of masochism. You know? I'd say the father.
Too, because he was the first link in the chain, so to speak. But what if he too was beaten in his childhood? If he only recreated what he knew? I don't know.
Okay, so you add an extra hypothetical so that you can win this argument, Tanner? Is that it? Any particular reason you were thinking about this?
No particular reason, I suppose. Anyway, you said you were looking for me. What's wrong?
Take that jab, Tan Banan. There's something I need to tell you.
What, so the Archmagister really believes we Delverics owned one of those stones? I would have known that. Believe me, I've snuck inside our manor's treasure chamber more than once. And there was no black stone whatsoever.
Huh? And what about this package? The murders? Can you make sense of that?
Not in the least, no. Setting aside the fact that what you're describing is bloody spooky, I don't have the slightest idea who might have an interest in sending me on this morbid paper chase through Ark.
And
either whoever did this
why
is
I would do it
mistaken
instead?
for someone else, or we're dealing with a seriously disturbed individual.
Well, if you believe those confession letters, all those murder victims were criminals. If you ask me, this whole thing looks like some kind of revenge act.
I already suspected as much. But still, it doesn't change the fact that I have no idea who might be behind this. And why he sent me this package and not, for example, the Ark Guard.
I see. What about this cipher at the end of each of the letters? Any idea as to what that might mean?
No, none. That's... Wait. Could you show me those letters again? By the wise hermit, that's... No, that's not possible.
What?
These fragments, if you combine all of them, they make a sentence. Knock, knock, who's there? Come in alone, if only you dare.
Alright, I'm gonna... No, don't save the changes to the notepad. I figured out that much. But what's that supposed to mean?
But... No, that doesn't make sense. I know that phrase from my childhood. Adela and me, it was our code. When we snuck out of the house to go on one of our expeditions.
Your sister? So you're saying she could be behind all this?
Yes, but... No, that just doesn't make sense. Adela's an apothecarian, not a goddamn assassin. You said one of the corpses you found was a hired killer. How in blazes could my sister kill someone like that? And... why?
They all killed themselves. The Black Stone. It just adds up. If she found it, the High Ones could have driven her to kill these people. And given her the power to do it.
Oh, come on, that's just bullshit. Even if the stone somehow gave her the power to do this, Adela wouldn't hurt a fly. Come on, I'll prove it to you. Meet me in Duneville. I'll take you to our hideout.
Back to Duneville. Everything goes back to Duneville. Hey, hope you like the desert. Gonna be playing it a lot. Just bar looks better for some reason. That way I can just go straight to it. Yeah, I like the way you think. I want to be... I don't know. I think learning that there are classes in Elder Scrolls Online kind of usually I like classes. I like being able to pick and choose classes, but the moment that I hear Elder Scrolls, oh, I'm going to the market anyway. The moment that I hear Elder Scrolls, I'm like, oh, cool. I've got all of this freedom to create this mishmash of whatever I want to. I mean, it's every happy ending I've ever seen. Hello. Welcome. How are you today? I would like to see a story where you think that your relative is you're trying to be like, oh, look, my relative isn't an assassin fueled by eldritch power, and then you get there and you're like, oh, it really isn't her. Where do I buy those scrolls? That was in the nobles quarter, right? I'm doing good. Doing good. Making a few controller mistakes today because of Elder Scrolls Online, and I keep talking about Elder Scrolls Online. How I kind of miss being able to just eat me some spell books and learn some spells and stuff. In ESO. Did you catch him? Did you catch him or something? So he's not actually saying, oh crap, they figured me out, and like... I still say we should probably try to get a picture of him looking in our windows. What's it? Love the lore in the loading screen talking about trade embargoes in the year 8233 after Starfall.
Cause I can tell just from your eyes you search for magical. I've seen this face, so yes, my wares it is you want to see. I promise you, they'll bring you glee.
Scrolls. Expert. I need a master. It's not you. Wait, was it? Not you. That face doesn't match the voice. No, it does. What are you talking about? Wait, the bookstore. Was it the...
Monsieur?
No. It's down here. Fit size puzzle box. I cannot remember. It has been so long since I've... It was Gabeoff? It's been so long since I bought some... That master... Anduiz's key.
Of course.
Oh, you are the bookstore. There we go.
Take care.
There we go. And... who lives here?
The king of the fabled empire of old Arcanist and his 101 catamites, of course. What a stupid question. If you don't know whose house this is, then you sure as fuck don't belong here.
I have to speak with your master. It's important.
Oh, do you now? Well, at the risk of blowing your mind, my job is to keep folk like you out. Now, what makes you think that you're any different?
Fine. Point taken. I feel like my rhetoric is probably going to be too low. But let's try it anyway.
Men like me. What's that supposed to mean?
Well, simple men with a sense of responsibility. Day in, day out. All you do is stand here serving your master faithfully. That's admirable. It really is.
What the? Now you listen here, you imbecile. I'm standing here because my master pays me a cuntload to do so. That's all. I don't owe that bastard anything. Plus, I'm sure as fuck not a simple man. I'm a bloody adventurer, a libertine, and all this, it's just temporary.
I'm just in between acting jobs right now. The next one's gonna come. Oh, of course. Sorry, I meant no disrespect. Now that I think about it, you certainly do have that adventuring vibe about you.
Don't mention it. I probably would have thought. You know what? Come to think of it, I've been sucking on this bloody vulture's teat for way too long now. Yeah, let him find another mug to do his shitty bidding. I'm done. You go on inside. Just act like you belong. The guards will think you expect it.
Rhetoric rules.
Is my master expecting you?
Yes.
Just go upstairs.
Excuse me. Here's the thing. I don't need to be told to act like I belong, because I know that I belong. Better not drop my pants off of that. Goofball cat.
Huh?
Hello, sir.
Oh, grand. Yet another proof of the notorious reliability of sellswords. I should have known that simpleton was only good for peeling potatoes at best.
Fatty wants her snacks.
What is it that you want? To mug me? I would seriously think that over, considering my esteemed bodyguard over there. He belongs to the petrified, and I'm sure he would love to demonstrate just what that means.
Why does everybody always think that I want to mug them?
Oh, do you now? You really are a bold one, aren't you? But good. Go ahead. Tell me what you consider to be so important that you just had to sneak into my house without my invitation.
I didn't sneak. I'm working for someone who is looking for the black stones, and apparently your family used to own one. Do you know anything about that?
What? No, you're mistaken. I have no idea what you're talking about. Now get out of
Yeah, I totally believe you with that what? But my sources are reliable.
I don't give a shit about your sources. Now get lost. Preferably back to your minstrel fellows, Eterna. Go do a somersault. Play a tune. I don't care. Just get the fuck out of my sight.
I feel non-muggery.
The way out.
My bodyguard's a petrified one too. Search for a way to get into Dalgeis' estate unnoticed. Find something to pressure Dalgeis. What with those facial tattoos? Or my metal face? I'm a wandering murder I'm not a murder hobo. It was the last time I went to a bathhouse. Whenever I talked to that lady, who was talking to the golden sickle or something. And I was like, dang, girl, you fine. That's the last time. Okay, I'm gonna save it here because I'm bad at stealth. I guess, you know what? I can take off my boots. Take off my boots. Actually. No, that didn't. Maybe it doesn't work in this game. But that's kind of all I... Look, maybe... How does that help? Might want to... Oh, well, I'll tell you how that helps. That's not what I thought it was. In base Skyrim, doesn't it make your feet quieter? Oh, do I have that spell? Look. It makes your feet quieter, okay? I sure do know a lot of... Wow! That's so expensive. Lasts for a really long time, though. Hey, that means that I can put my boots back on. Too bad I can't use... You know. Mage Light. Okay, so it just puts me back at the start. Oh, I do have Detect Life. I haven't had to use it the entire time. No, I'm thinking about the way that... Oh, this is a channel spell. Okay. I'm thinking about the way that Skyrim works a little bit again. Where even if you're good at sneak... Even if you're good at sneak, you know? You got to... You can take your boots off and be quieter. Oh my god, I have no clue. Oh, that's what I'm... Okay. Hold on. Alright, there we go. There's a treasury. Yeah, I was thinking about going to the treasury. No. No, don't do... Okay. This way? Ah, that's what I needed that scroll for. I did know that it was there. Well, that would still explain why I was quieter. And yeah, I saw it whenever I was walking through and acting like I belonged here. I was like, oh, there's probably something that I want down that way. And then I just didn't go that way, though. Because why would I go down there at that moment whenever I'm, you know, being watched? But yeah, I would like take my... No, not the inkwell. For the love of God. I would take my boots off and I would be able to sneak around, and I was just like, oh, I'm not as loud now. I'll take that crown. I didn't even see it the first, like, look over the place. It was after I turned around that I saw it. Alright, is there anything else? Empty parchment. Why does everybody just have freaking paper in the floor? I have 5,361 pennies now. Of course, I had like 4,500 before I got here. Why? Yeah. Psionics, that's what silence is. That's $10 whole dollars! Why does silence not have like a thing so that you can see whenever it's gonna run out, like other things do? Ah, crap, she's coming this way. You won't be able to see me. Turn around. What? Detect life. I guess my sneak isn't really that great. Yeah. Yeah, it is, but I'd still like to see the thing going down and stuff. That way I know to... know to re-up it. It's like 414 seconds. Wait. The summons, whenever I summon something, it's always there. Is this me finding a way in? Is that what this is? Yeah, so here. I'll summon a... See? Whenever I summon something, it stays up in the top right. And that does that for anything with a time limit, except for the silence spell. It does that for water breathing. Does that for my mage light. Does that for anything that I eat. So that's why I'm kind of like, huh, weird. And it, maybe it's because I'm so used to it. But that's why I'm like, I don't know when it's gonna run out. Are you a pedophile too? Is Dalgeis one of those people? One of those creatures? No, it just has a time limit longer than the 5-minute showing marker? Oh, so it only shows if it's like 5 minutes or lower. Certificate of birth. Father Cateron Dalgeis, mother Liara Skinner's daughter. A key. Let's take his birth certificate. Do I have to... Oh, that's the wrong one. Do I have to, like... Can I just walk now, or do I still have to sneak?
What the hell? I've no idea how you got in here, but I swear that you're about to see me get real angry.
I can take out everyone in this house. You go ahead and get angry. I suppose I just can't help wondering why you're hiding a birth certificate. especially considering that you're apparently childless.
What? All right, then. Here's what's going to happen next. You either give me that piece of paper right now, or I will order Kashan to do it for you. And I promise you, that will be a painful process.
I think Kashan should reconsider. I'm sure my employer will draw his own conclusions if I suddenly disappear in your manor.
Your employer? Pah! You're bluffing. I could kill you right here and no one would ever notice that you've gone missing.
Well, then go ahead.
All right, then. If your life depends on it. So, what do you want? If this was about doing damage to me, you wouldn't have come back with a certificate. So here's the deal. I'll tell you what you want to know.
Dream
You'll
Daddy?
Give me back the paper and keep this matter about the child to yourself. And one thing in advance. Try to double-cross me, and you will regret it. I promise.
Tell me the truth about the Black Stone.
As I expected. All right, then. So, yes, it is true that I once owned the stone, but it is also true that I no longer do. That thing whose birth that piece of paper in your hand proves owns it now, if it is still alive, that is.
Your son has the Black Stone?
Don't call it that. That creature doesn't deserve to bear the family name. But yes, he has it, if anyone does. I fear I have to go back in time a little.
Daddy, why
7
don't you
years
love
ago,
me?
With my old wench,
You know, the dude
got
who
pregnant.
you keep...
First I thought it was a gift of fate. But when the child
Oh,
came, it
okay.
was an atrocity, a joke of nature. Everything but a worthy successor for our house.
So, my daddy, right? Whenever I'm having dreams and he's like getting set on fire and he dug up mommy and sis. An atrocity? You're saying the child was malformed?
Malformed? Oh, that would be the understatement of the century. It had these tumors all over its face, and its left leg was a clump. The apothecarius said it was a wonder that it even survived the birth.
And what did you do with him?
I gave him away. And please, save yourself the indignation. You wouldn't understand my decision if I tried to explain it to you.
The dude who I keep dreaming is my daddy? But he's not my daddy? I thought he was my daddy. What did your companion say about all this? Your wife?
Well, what do you think? She sure wasn't happy about it. But it was the right thing to do, and if a man makes a choice, the wench has to accept it. She's gone, anyway. Syphilis took her.
And where did you take him?
To a small village where no one from Ark would ever see him, or at least where no one could trace him back to me.
I don't care. And just how did your son end up having a black stone?
My wench. She stole it from the treasury and put it into one of his pockets. She probably thought it was a common jewel of some sort, and that it would help whomever he ended up with to take pity on him. But truth be told, I didn't mind too much when I found out. Buying the black stone in the first place was one of the biggest follies my father ever committed. I don't put much stock in superstition and folk tales, but everyone knows something is wrong with those things. Anyway.
Might be
since you
what
will probably
made your
ask,
kid all deformed.
As far as I know, the village where they took it is called Silver Grove. If the stone still exists, you should find it there. Now, give me the parchment and get lost. I kept my end of the bargain. Thanks. Now get out.
Syphilis is canonical in all universes. Okay. See, that wasn't that bad. I had magic to help me. Silver Grove? That sounds like it would be a pretty place.
Walk less.
sir?
Yes. Such a pretty day today. Ah, I love it. All right. Should I do you? Yeah, that one's easier. So let's do the Jespar one first. Back to Duneville. A great sword can be swung faster than a battle axe, and a battle axe faster than a war hammer. Yeah. Faster than a war hammer. I don't know why I'm doing that.
Monsieur?
Monsieur?
Walk? Sure. Where to?
Timbits? It's not canonical in Skyrim? The Elder Scrolls doesn't have syphilis? Duneville. Oh, it never gets old. I don't know what a Timbit is. I love that he just flies off. Floats beside it. Ah, yes. Many animals have gotten unusually aggressive, especially pack animals like wolves. Arcanists assume that they suffer from the same illness, which has already made more that it doesn't. I found his old house ruins once before, so we should get this done pretty fast, right? And then he's gonna have this moment where he's being surrounded by people, and I'm gonna have a time limit that's fake to go save him. And worried that he's going to get molested. And then but he doesn't have like a demon form, so whenever I find him naked, he's going to be covered in slime probably. He doesn't have a devil trigger.
Yes,
Like
me?
Kalia. What? What about her?
Then you know her.
Yes.
Great, then you're the one she wanted me to find. She wouldn't give me a full name, but she asked me to give the man fitting her description this. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to push on.
I'm definitely gonna forget about that if I don't do it now. Oops. So, let me read that real quick. Wait. It says that I've read it.
Please forgive me, but I was here unexpectedly early and went on ahead.
No, that's not it. Why do I have empty parchment? Get that out of there. Message from Esme.
Meet me at the old lighthouse near Duneville. Esme.
Okay, cool.
Ah, there you are.
What's up, bruh?
Manor's in the desert, a few miles to the northwest from Boonville. It's quite a march, but doable.
Alright, let's go. Dude, you look better. I didn't read the map from Castle Bleak Star. There's a map? I don't remember getting that. Back? What do you mean back? Oh, you're back from grabbing timbits. What's a timbit? Well, maybe I should find out before I go talk to Esme. I didn't even notice that I picked that thing up. Let's bring you out here, buddy. Yeah. Get you out here. Because of the apes. Yeah, what is a timbit, though? I've never heard of that. Tim Hortons brand donut holes. Oh. Some of that good old Canadian food. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, they're not the greatest. I had to turn the... Apparently my graphics weren't the best that they could handle the whole time. So I also had to increase those.
Nothing left but rubble.
White magic expert.
Come on, we're almost there.
guys can take it out.
Cards. They must belong to prospectors. That means someone has found our little cave since then. Seems no secret can stay secret
He's all
forever. Anyway, let's go on in. I'll prove to you this is all nonsense.
Until we get in there and prove that it's not all nonsense. Where did you go? How did you... That was weird. Why do you have a sword at your waist, but you use 2 daggers? Weirdo. Maybe he uses that sword for bigger stuff. Like, this is just a lion. I can do this with my 2 daggers. I don't need my full sword. There you go. Good thing you're basically immortal. Ow. Nice. Ooh, chest.
Lost ones. If these are running free here, I suppose there's not much left of the diggers.
Where are they coming from? Is there a crypt nearby?
Yeah. They belong to an old landlord. When Adela and I came here, we always made sure the gate stayed shut. But someone must have opened it. Or maybe the Red Madness awakened the corpses and they did it themselves. Poor sods.
He's stuck. Hold on, man. What be going on your own? I'm looking around. But I want to stay next to him. Oh, man. You know what I just thought of? It's gonna suck whenever I get done with this playthrough of Enderal. And then just a lot of people never show up again. Turn back? Okay. I'm afraid of letting him go on alone. You want me to go down here? I don't want him to die. Nice stab with that axe. Na, 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 na. The other one further back? What? There was another one? Oh. Well, thank you. I was just joking. I also don't do much Twitch. The watching of Twitch, anyway. But that's because I'm always trying to do other stuff. Is that it? I'm always trying to do other stuff whenever I'm not streaming. Lame. Oh, I miscounted. I misremembered what my light magic was at. Alrighty. Well, I'm still gonna go down this one. Oh, save. Yeah, no. Since that has a name, that's gonna send me through a loading screen.
There, up ahead. That's the clearing where Adela and I always went. If someone's waiting for us, then it'll be there.
Wait! Don't do what? Good, what's your plan?
I don't think we should go down together. If Adela really is waiting down there, and I'm still not sure she is, I'm pretty confident she wants me to come alone, as our code said. So I suggest you stay hidden and cover my back.
All right. But if anything happens, I'll intervene.
Yeah. You see that platform up ahead? This will get me down to the pit. You should take a path through the crypt, just down that tunnel a few steps back from here. Then stay hidden. This is all just a misunderstanding, I'm sure of it.
Jack? Let's split up. Okay, now he wants me to go that way. See? See, look at that. He wants me to go this way now. The way that I didn't want to go once I saw that there was a name here. There we go. Get him! Get him! Oh, that went through the bars? Oh, never mind. And see ya. Dropping some good experience in this one, huh? Ooh, 2 more skelly mans. Wow. Dark. It's as dark as Dark Man. Dark Man was so dark. The darkest movies I've ever seen. The darkest one was Darkman 3. Die, Darkman, die. Kinda dumb that I can suck the life out of skeletons. Ow. See? How do you like it? How do you like it? I just been realizing that I haven't been checking bodies this whole time still because they're not glowing yellow, meaning that they have something inside of them. Darn you, Elder Scrolls Online.
So you came. I have to admit, I didn't expect that.
Adela, so it's true. What is this? Why am I here?
I'm all
And what did you do
detected.
to that man?
Still as forgetful as you were back then, aren't you, brother? To the circle, now! On your knees.
Yes, my
Now
queen.
look at him, Jaspar. Look at him carefully.
Valencio Duran. By the name of the sun.
The man who killed our family. Correct. You should have seen it. How he screamed and begged for mercy. Pathetic. But I'm afraid I've got bad news.
I don't think he knows his sister very well.
Never again. I'll make sure that you never again hurt anyone. And I'll enjoy it. Just as I'll enjoy what I'll do to all those who are up next.
Adela, please. This is ridiculous. You have no idea what you're saying, let alone what you're doing. Please, just...
I know damn well what I'm doing. Better than I ever did. I'll continue where Father had to stop. And I'll make them all pay. All these bastards who think they are above justice. I should have known you wouldn't understand. Just look at you, staring off into space and asking all these stupid questions. I'm not here to justify myself.
Take that, Jaspar.
I think that despite all you did, despite all you became, you deserve to witness justice as much as I do. To see this bastard pay for what he's done. And believe me, I will not make it quick.
Blackstone. Oh, damn. Then it's really true.
You know of this?
A little bit.
Yes. Yes, listen to me, Adela. Whatever you've done over the past months, you didn't do it of your own free will. The stone, it's evil, and it controls you.
What is this, Jaspar? One of your brilliant jokes? We Dolpharics have had this stone for generations. Father, he lived this calling, but he failed to see what the stone really was. A gift of fate, a means for us to carry out our destiny, to bring justice to a world where there is none. But I saw, and I will use it.
No, you're seeing this wrong. The stone, it's cursed. It wants you to... Shit, damn it, I just don't know what to say.
Surprised, Jaspar. You never did. But it doesn't matter now. Go, Jaspar. I've changed my mind. I got sentimental. Thought I owed you this, but I really don't. You don't understand me, just as you never understood Father. And listening to you talk makes me remember why I kept away from you all these years. Just look at what
I bet she eats chips.
running around and working for the kind of people Father tried to bring down. Treasure hunter. You're a thug. You might as well just have spit on Father's grave.
Yeah, you know. All right. This is getting us nowhere. You obviously think you know what you're doing, but you don't. Which is why you'll now give me the stone. Before it'll make you do something you'd regret.
What?
The black stone. You'll give it to me. Something bad's about to happen, and without it, we won't be able to stop it. You can keep doing whatever it is that you do, but you'll have to do it without magic. I'm sorry if this isn't what you wanted to hear.
So, this is why you really came. You want the stone for yourself. What did they pay you, Jaspar, huh?
Yeah, I'm not gonna interrupt it.
Go.
Adela,
Go!
As you wish. I'm sorry.
Oh, snap! Eh. Never mind.
Who are you?
Hey, girl, what's up? What did you do? You killed him.
I know. You damn fool, Jaspar. You bloody damn fool. I guess I should have known he wouldn't have come alone. He always had a problem with following instructions. So you are what? His sidekick? What will you do? Fight me? I have to warn you, that's a bad idea.
The last thing we need right now is more death. Give me the stone and I'll leave you be.
The stone. Of course.
No, killing's not good.
You know, of all the things I expected to happen, this never even crossed my mind. A speech, maybe. Some philosophical bullshit about why I shouldn't kill Valenzio. Or some excuse why he didn't give a shit for me all those years. But no, even better. He doesn't give a damn about me. He came, yes.
Yeah.
But because of the stone. Because some fucking snob hired him to get it from me. By that
She gave him enough
what an idiot I was to believe
enough chances.
for even a second. I don't know you, but if my brother showed you this place, he trusted you. And that means something. So I'll let you go. But if you make even one wrong move, I will crush you. And believe me,
Could I have pickpocketed her?
not joking.
So you really did kill those people in Ark, tortured them?
Them and others. And this is only the beginning. And since you're here, that means you've read their confession.
Yeah, good on you.
Which means I don't have to convince you that they deserved it.
I cannot leave without the stone, even if I wanted to. Jaspar was right. We need it for the greater good. Hand it over, or I'll have to force you.
The greater good. Sure. Don't say I didn't give you a choice.
I'm about to get hit. Is there a way to get this from her without killing her? I don't want to kill her. I want her to replace her brother. Oh, I don't even need to help out. They're good. Black Stone of the Dalve. Oh, cool! The Red Sun. I'm gonna take her special sword. I know how I can. You're coming with me! We're friends now! Yay! Come on. You got nothing. What do you have? I can't take his stuff? Oh, she's gonna freaking... she's gonna disintegrate after the time is over. Where's the sword?
How unexpectedly death calls us to him.
Oh, I would love the undead thrall spell.
Unfair.
You are the one who killed Sirius.
You are angry because you blame me for the death of your friend. But I only did what had to be done.
What had to be done? You almost killed me.
You are furious about the danger I brought upon you. But what would have happened?
Adila Dalveric.
Let us dare a glimpse, Prophet. A glimpse into the reality which you prefer to this one. 3 hours after your brawl, Captain Rosio's ship enters the harbor of Ark. You wait until the noise falls silent, and together with your friend, you sneak onto the deck. And you almost make it. A few arms lengths from the safety of the dock, a sailor named Rajik takes note of your presence. There is no need for an explanation as to who you are. And maybe on a normal day, Rajik would have let you run. But not today. For years, he has been eagerly awaiting his promotion to become a petty officer of the 8th class. And yet today, it was announced that his loathed rival had won it instead of him.
Women are property.
And how angry he is. How furious. And who knows? Maybe it is not too late. What better way to impress the captain than to be the one who discovers two stowaways who have eaten the crew's bread for a month? From there, it ends quickly. One sword for your neck, the other one for your friends, and no one to grant you a second life this time. But that is not what happened. The first beat of a wing, and where are you now? You have abilities others wouldn't even dare to dream of. You can hear the echo of the future, and you will make decisions whose extent even you will barely understand. So tell me, Prophet, isn't that a fate preferable to the other?
Nonsense. No one can see the future.
You don't believe me, and you are right. I cannot see the future. However, there is no need for that.
I would be the petty officer of 8th class.
Beyond the surface. And
I'm pretty petty.
It's clear that we are nothing but a sea of endless possibilities. And if one listens long enough, the shapeless takes on form, and the unfathomable becomes tangible.
7 people. What are you, a high one?
I wonder whether I belong to those whom you fight. But no, I do not. The High Ones, humanity, the emissaries, these are but elements of the game. I am more than that.
Ooh. Pettiest sir on the force. That's me. I saw what you did in Castle Dalgalar. You killed Kalia's father, and you abandoned her in that village.
You claim that I took part in the death of the grieving man. But was that really me, I wonder? Or only a splinter of what I really am? I have many forms, Prophet, and I am everywhere, even when you can't see me. But yes, I paved the girl's way, just as I paved yours. Some things have to happen, so that consistency may persist.
Okay, okay. I am a moderator. So what you're basically saying is that you can, what, see into other eventualities, into parallel realities?
You ask if I can see more than just this branch. And the answer is yes, I can. But considering what I am, that is not much of a feat.
And what exactly are you?
You wonder what I am. Yet your question should not be what, but where. And the answer to this is everywhere. What you see right now is merely a splinter.
If you can see into other realities, do the High Ones in the cycle exist there as well?
You want to know if what threatens you threatens other realities too. Yes, it does. The cycle is a logical consequence born from the right circumstances. And these are not limited to your branch.
Totally tripping balls.
You think my intention is to disconcert you, but you're wrong. I am here because you think it was I who took someone you cared for. And although you err, I do not like being seen as a destroyer. Which is why I will wipe away my debt, which was never there to begin with. Step back.
Are you about to bring Jespar back to life? No! My Adela Dalveric! Wait. If I do it first. He just freaking flew. No!
Farewell, Prophet. Maybe we will meet again. Maybe not.
I wanted his sister. Where is he? Oh, he's inside the... Oh my god. Because I threw him into the bushes. So you mean if I blame the right god for murder, you get free resurrections even if they didn't do it? Jespar?
That's my name. But Adela, what happened?
She wouldn't listen to reason, Jespar. I'm sorry.
But I only remember a flash of fire and then darkness. Everything's so blurry.
Jespar, I don't know how to say this, but you were dead.
What?
The veiled woman I told you about, the one whom we met on the ship, she brought you back somehow. I don't understand it myself.
But... Okay, I'm sorry, but this is all just a little too much. Please, just give me some time with my sister, alright? Go back to Ark with that bloody stone. Go anywhere, but please, just leave me alone.
Okay. Would you like a broom? I could bring you a broom and a dustpan so that you can gather your sister. And then you can spend some time with her. More mana. Who needs stamina? Do you know where she is? Are you about to go cry over her ashes? Oh, that'll be hilarious. Oh, that'll be funny. Do it. You're gonna cry over... Do it, please. Please cry over her ashes. Oh, he disappeared. Oh, there, yeah. He's like, no. Because he knew where her ashes were. Ah. Okay, back to Ark, right? Return. Jespar. Bye. I'll be back with that broom. I'll go get it for you. You can put her in a jar. Oh man, poor Jespar. He's had a day. He's had a full day. Let us see here. I have 6 learning points that I could get some more light magic. No, suck a petty prick works too. no. Alright. You know, the funniest part is... Because I was told that he told me to return to Ark. He said return to Ark with those stones.
What are you doing in this part of the city?
Doing?
Shouldn't you be, I don't know.
In here? I don't think that's a good idea. What did I need? What did I need from back there? Oh yeah, the map place! I forgot all about it. Alright, let's go to the map place. It's not that, we're just gonna ride the Myrid. Also, come on. Me teleporting out of there. Me teleporting out of there was definitely had to be the end of that scene right there. I had to teleport out of that scene. You know, the funniest part is, I'm not gonna bring him a broom, so he's gonna be waiting there for who knows how long, the idiot.
Walk blessed. Sure. Where to?
Waiting for a broom that's not gonna come. It was Duneville, right? It's okay. It's all for the sake of comedy. For the sake of comedy! No, the horror. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. She's probably got some of that black stone juice still in her ashes. If he just snorts that right up, he's going to be a high one. Let me look at that map. Map from Bleak Star. Duneville. Man, that's a terrible map. Oh, that would have been funnier to just go, goodbye. No, it's past. It's past. This is an awful map. No, I do not want to look at this. World map. Current location, Duneville. And so it should be... Where the heck... Would it be up here? Is that right there? Wanted in Duneville is pretty... Yagnarok. Yagnarok. Ignarok. Kill Ignarok. Nope. Let's go get Ignorok real quick. I have not killed a Myrid yet. I did get a bounty quest for a Myrid. Is it a fish? Oh my god. Where are you? Oh. Hello. It. Are you? Yeah. Yup. I saw it happening. I knew it. It did a Fusro. It did a da. Don't worry, I'll hit continue. It'll use the autosave, I'm sure. Do. La 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 la. A tee-hee. You don't want to kill the Myrid first? It's right there. They're so cute. Don't you want to just hug it around its neck? Just be like, oh. All right. Have a safe trip to work. Oh, such a cutie patootie Myrid. Alright, let's get that Myrid. Where are you? There you are. Oh my gosh, it's swooping. Maybe. This isn't working. There we go. Fire! Petrified one, you're just so strong. A bloody arm bone, bloody leg bone, attached to the bloody rib bone, and a bloody skull bone. Mighty Myrid bone, Spelltome Cannonade, mythical. Powerful elementalism spell which unleashes a cannonade of fireballs which deal high fire damage. Does Narum have the same like leveling abilities and stuff? Is that an Oblivion mod? I don't need that for anything, right? Okay. Now I could go turn that in. Or I could ignore... I'm going to turn it in real quick just to get it out of the way. Yeah, I thought about it, but... Would you say that Narum is... Narum is... Like, Enderal is the sequel to Narum, right? Or is Enderal a prequel? All right. So they tie into each other, but I will get a little bit more backstory on the stuff that I don't understand. Go to trainers with skill points to level your skills. Ah, okay. So you don't need to eat books like crazy. Weird. But it's still a Skyrim mod, basically, though, right? Okay, so... But is the basic gameplay still the same? It is an Oblivion mod. Okay. Okay, Duneville is here. Duneville. I wish that I could put this right up next to the map. What is that, like right here? Right here? And then there's Octwind, which is a Morrowind mod. Hey, if all of them are free... The problem is I don't have Oblivion or Morrowind on my computer. Corundum. I've got tons of Corundum. Not even using any of it. I played the crap out of Oblivion on PS3. I just don't have it on computer. And Morrowind, I played a little bit on somebody else's Xbox whenever it first came out on Xbox. And I couldn't get anywhere in Morrowind, but I'm smarter now. I have a GOG, but... A GOG! Why am I trying to climb this? But I tend to try to keep everything on Steam just to keep everything organized a little bit better. You don't? Well, I needed a copy of Skyrim downloaded in order for Enderal to play for some reason. Whenever I first started this, it wouldn't let me play Enderal without Skyrim downloaded. Oh no. Where is this? So it should be like... No, Duneville, and then right up here. No, wait, no. Yes, no. It would be up here, right? Over here? No. I wish I could put them, like, right side by side so I could... Actually, I can. Why don't I? Snip. And boop. Now we have a screenshot. I have no clue. Now we have a screenshot that I can look at right next to the map. This doesn't look at all like this. The maps don't look at all the same. But yeah, that might just be like... Okay. If this is the inlet on the other map, and it goes around like... Yes, yes. Okay, so that's... So that goes at... Duneville is over here. And so, yes, it should be... It might be Old Ishmartep. If it is Old Ishmartep, it doesn't look like it's... That doesn't look like where it should be on that other map, and it looks like it should be over here more. But Wait, not old Ishmortep? It feels like it should be, like, around here. You know? Like, over to the side more. Alright. Is it you? Is it the dead tree? Line of pus beetle eggs. Follow the north road leading out of Duneville and then take the branch east. You'll eventually find a lesser walked path leading north, leading to a cave. North path, and then head east. Did you look it up? Leading north. Wait, that's west. Why did I... West, okay. Don't I have a quest objective asking you just to show the map to the chick? I'm supposed to travel to the old lighthouse. Maybe I would if I... I thought you wanted me to do that before finding Esme. So I was like, okay, let's do that. Alright, no... Old Lighthouse is easy to get to. Just go to Silver Grove. Alright, I want to see the... I want to see the hills have eyes reference. Come! Come, rocket launcher. Where you be? There you be. Wait, can I get through the mountains this way? Looks like I can, but... Hey, look, another dead Myrid. I didn't kill that one. In case you were curious. Okay, through the mountains. Oh, God. Why would I loot it? I didn't kill it. I don't deserve the loot. Oh, it's Ignorok again. Nah, I took the Myrid bone. Why are you following me? I killed you on a beach. Why are you following me? Well, every time I climb a mountain, people seem to get mad at me. By people, I just mean one person. Okay, that's not working. I love doing this. Yeah, there's that sweet spot. Woo, fly, rocket launcher. Oh, 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 oh. Fly, rocket launcher. Okay, this one's too steep. Oh no. Oh god. Even if I fail to climb the mountain, it's still fun to watch him freak out. Come on, you can do it. Wait. Oh, the light went away, and I made it. I made it over the mountain. I can't see. Yeah! Mountain horse! What? Horse. Not whores. I could use water. I do not wish to ask for anything too... I would like some Earl Grey if you're gonna make tea anyway. Yeah, up across the mountains. Over them. It does feel harder to climb mountains on your horsies in this compared to Skyrim, though. Man, friggin' horses in Skyrim have like permanent spider climb cast on them. You're okay, you're invincible. You got attacked by a Vatir. See, I knew you were gonna fall off of that and knock my pants down. Friggin' cat. Hold on, once I get safely down to the ground, I'm gonna... What?! I have to pick up my pants. See, I'm fine! Ah, my pants are all picked up. See, the best stuff happens whenever you're climbing mountains with horses. Like the game just deciding it's gonna act like you died. Oh my gosh. Can't go. Did they put an invisible wall here? Hey, there's a castle. Maybe I can get to it really easy. Yeah, castle. There's a straight invisible wall here. No, I can do it. I can get there. Now this is a mountain horse right here. Why did they put... Why we... Oh my god. It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna see how far I can get up into the sky. Oh my god, I can't. I wish I could take you with me, but it seems that you will have to stay here for the rest of your life. It's okay. Goodbye. Okay, where's the entrance? I don't want to break the quest. I want to go in the right way. In the right door. Should I go over there? Like that looks like a door over there. It's all closed. Yes. And it's day!
Ho there, friend. What are you doing out here at this time of day?
What are you doing out here at this time of day?
And unless you're eager to meet one in person, you should see to it that you're far from here when that happens.
You were able to find Super Mario 3D All-Stars at Walmart today? Cool. I haven't played a Mario game since, Bowser's Inside Story. Bone Rippers?
What? You made it all the way here without ever seeing one of them? Lucky you.
No, I saw one. I just didn't know what they were called.
They are beasts, as big as trolls and as swift as tigers. They sleep through most of the day, but at dusk they usually come out to look for prey. And, unfortunately, they have gotten a taste for human flesh.
They are beasts. As big as trolls and as fast as tigers. I see. Actually, I wasn't planning to stay here for long. But I'm looking for a small village, Silver Grove. Ever heard of it?
Heard of it? I guess you could say that. Behind these gates is the Valley of Silver Grove. And... You know what?
That's awesome.
Actually, I was just about to close the gate for the night. But if you're looking for our village anyway, why don't you just come in?
So technically I should have, like, walked upon it and it would have been, like, gotten lighter as I got closer?
If that helps you decide.
What? You're just going to let me into your village? Isn't that a little careless? No, I'm not gonna answer.
Glad to hear it. Follow me.
I bought the Elder Scrolls Online on last Saturday. And that's it. I like it better the way I got here.
Alright then, here we are. You'll find our village if you just follow that road down there. It leads to the grove. You can hardly miss it. It's a really nice place. I bet you'll like it there. Since that boy found the silver vein in the grove, we live like the Lightborn do in Inadan, really. So I guess this is farewell, isn't it? Unless you have questions.
I do actually. You mentioned a boy who found a silver vein.
Well, you know, Silver Grove wasn't always as nice a place as it is now. Back in the old days, it was quite harsh, actually. But then, some traveler came by and left us with a small boy.
I noticed.
He had a terrible disease, and I suppose that's why the guy just abandoned him. I don't know how someone can be that heartless, but it was probably for the best. Ulbar adopted him, and... when exactly was that? 4 years ago, the boy found a silver vein while he was playing in a small cave near the grove. And, well, from then on the wealth just flowed in pretty much by itself.
Oh man, so he's... Oh, he's gonna hear about this or something and want to come and get his son.
His name is Ryneus, or at least that was the name stitched on the blanket that stranger left him with. Who knows? Maybe you'll see him for yourself. He's quite popular.
Interesting. What about this disease you were talking about?
I'm no apothecarius, but he had these tumors all over his face, and his left leg was entirely crippled. But just a few moons after Ulbar took him in, he started getting better. The weather, maybe? I don't know.
The weather, maybe?
That boy is a treasure. Anything else? Otherwise, I'm damn ready for a nap.
Oh. Oh. One more thing. I had this kind of headache when I entered the valley. Any ideas what could have caused that?
A headache? Nah, sorry. Could be the heat. Maybe you were just thirsty. I wouldn't worry too much about it if I were you. Any more questions?
Oh, something crazy's going on. Oh, no, that would be all. Thanks for your hospitality.
Mention it. Walk blessed.
Nobody ever leaves Silver Grove. It's nice here. I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe it was just really bad acne. And a little bit of sun can actually clear up acne. Okie dokie. Well, it can help. And I won't say that it will clear up acne, but it can help reduce acne if you just get like a little bit of a tan. What? 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 What's up? Getting a little bit of sun. And my mother decided to come in here and tell me that Nookie can also clear up zits. Shouldn't there be, like, town in here? Our little Nookie gonna clear up those zits and you'll get it. Yes, please. I wouldn't mind, but it's not necessary. I'm gonna take these offerings to the gods. I hope no one minds. It feels kind of strange that there's no... Huh? Just one. Where's town? There's a little bit of town. There's a water wheel. I don't know why I got flashbacks to home. If that makes sense. Like walking through this area, I got Does anybody like feel that too? Yes, home with daddy. I, I don't know why. I mean, it doesn't really look exactly the same, but
Hey, wait a minute. You. Never mind.
what is it?
Oh, you're an Eterna, aren't you? Your ears, they look different.
You can see my ears through my helmet? Why do you ask?
I mean, no offense, really. I'm just, well, curious.
Nobody ever gets to leave. My mother does, yes. I grew up on Narum, though.
On Narum? But that must have been horrible. I heard that Eterna don't have any rights in Narum and are treated like animals.
The Naramese blame the Eterna for about anything, even if the sun doesn't shine. I'm gonna pull the race card.
Huh, I see. That's so unfair. I'm glad it's different here on Enderal. You know, once this chaos in the world is over, I want to go travel myself. Who knows? Maybe a captain will hire me as a deckhand. Anyway, thanks for your time. Walk blessed.
Yay! A buttery Hawaiian roll. And a water. Nah, I'll get them later. Thank you, though. It's weird that just random villager would have a conversation that I could have. I was just making a creepy joke. Why would you want to leave? It's nice here. That's all I was saying. Ryneus' house. You can have the same conversation in the noble's quarter of Ark? Oh. You. Hello?
What? Who are you? Can I help you?
I'm looking for a boy named Ryneus. I take it you're his father?
Foster father. But yes, I am. Why do you ask? Do you know Ryneus?
No, not personally. But I need to speak to him. It's urgent.
Is it? Well then, be my guest. His room is just through that door over there. I think he's reading at the moment, but he always likes company.
And you're just gonna let me, a complete stranger, roam your house? You people around here sure are trusting.
Yes, maybe we are. But you know, trust has to start somewhere. And in my experience, it is always rewarded. We have never had any problems with new people in Silver Grove. Never. And I have a hunch that's not about to change now.
I see. What's your story? How come you took him in? Life in these parts of Enderal must be harsh, even without a child to take care of.
You sure ask a lot of questions, my sir.
It's because I don't trust anyone in this village right now.
You know, I'm a widower. My companion and I always wanted to have a foster kid before Ryneus. But as you said, life here was harsh, especially before Ryneus discovered the silver veins. Frankly, we barely had enough to eat ourselves, and there weren't exactly a lot of orphans around here to take in either. Well, when my companion died, I was occupied with my thoughts, as you can imagine. Flesh maggots. There was nothing I or the apothecary could do for him. And Ryneus appeared out of nowhere, discarded like a blunt knife. I saw him and I don't know, how could I just leave him there? What kind of person could? It was demanding at first, to say the least.
His eyes are frickin' red.
But even then, I never regretted it, not for a second. Maybe it's a way of honoring the memory of my companion. I don't know. In any case, I'm glad it all happened like it did. Here in Silver Grove, we are all one big happy family. And every day, I can feel how happy Ryneus is, knowing that we all accept him and love him, no matter what.
Alright, thank you. One more thing. Is it true that Ryneus recovered from his disease?
Well, you sure know a lot about my boy, considering that you've never seen him before. But yes, it's true. He's as healthy as a horse, and has been for quite some time now. For some reason, those tumors he had started healing shortly after he arrived here. And no, I don't know why. And frankly, I'm not sure I want to. Some questions are better left unasked, as the saying goes. But you know what? Even if that miracle hadn't happened, it wouldn't have made a difference. Not here in Silver Grove. We would never have abandoned him like the ones who brought him here did. Ryneus has a good heart, and that's all that matters.
Oh my god. Thought you said he was in this room. Oh. He gets the big room. Yeah, Damien, can I speak with you for a moment? And you grew a leg, huh? Hello, Ryneus.
Whoa there, you gave me a start. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before.
That's not very surprising. I'm from Ark.
Ark? That's way out there, isn't it? Then you must be very happy to. Hey Thoris, what are you doing? Oh, blazes, that's my favorite toy. You look as if you can run fast. Can you catch Thoris for me and get my teddy back? If you don't, I'm sure he will bury it somewhere in the sand. And I'll never get it back then.
I guess I could try, sure.
Could you? Man, that's really nice of you. Then run, quickly, before he's gone.
Wow. I was about to say something about this kid's delivery, but I think that it just adds to the creep factor of this area.
Walk blessed.
Yes?
Talk to Thoris. You're at a dead end. You can't cross. I got you. Oh, you tried. Am I actually trying to... Am I just following him somewhere, or am I... Or am I trying to get him to... Am I guiding him somewhere? I feel like I'm following him. Okay. Jeez. This place is friggin' creepy.
There you are. So, did you catch him?
I did.
You found it? Show me. Yes, that's him. Wow. That was just awesome. Thank you. Retha and Gages will be so jealous when I tell them that I have a friend like you. You are my friend, aren't you?
Yeah, I guess so. Ryneus, there's something for which I might need your help. Think you can answer a couple of questions for me?
Questions? Sure. You helped me, and now I'll help you. That's what
Did that say
friends do.
Ryneus liked that? Oh, Brewhawk, you joined the Discord. Nobody talks there, but if you ever need to get in touch with me, for any reason, outside of streaming, that's a good way to get my attention. We've got an awful lot of books around here. Can you read? That's unusual for a child of your age.
Is it? I don't know. Daddy taught me how to read very early. And
Oh
I
my
just
god,
love
you were...
Books are like pictures you can enter whenever you want. When I'm older, I want to write them too.
What? If I was to take this stone from him, would his leg shrivel up and tumors just, like, go all over his face again? How old are you? I thought you were older.
I don't know. I think I'm 7. Yes, that's it. 7 years old.
I was told you were very sick when you were younger. Can you tell me anything about that?
Sick. Yes, I think I was. But that was a long time ago. I can hardly remember. I had these bumps all over my face, and they itched all day long. And whenever I wanted to walk, I had to walk funny because my right leg was always swollen.
And
But
always
it just went away when I got older, and now I can run faster than even Gages. And he's quick, let me tell you.
Thank you. It's gonna be good, I can tell. Do you know where you're from? I mean, originally.
Where I'm from? What do you mean?
Forget it, let's talk about something else.
If you say so.
You collect butterflies?
I do. They're so beautiful, aren't they? You know, here in Silvergrove, we have them in so many more colors than the outside does. Daddy told me that once. I catch
Don't
them
call him daddy, he's my daddy.
for a day or two, so that I can draw them, and then I free them again.
This might seem a little odd, but I need your help to find something. A gem, a black stone.
A stone? But what would you want with a stone?
I needed to prevent something bad from happening. Let's put it that way. Now, do you know anything about it?
Okay, yes. I think I know which stone you're talking about. And yes, I can show you where it is. But only under one condition.
Alright, if that's what it takes. What's this condition?
That we make a bargain. That's what you grown-ups call it, isn't it? A bargain?
We do. And what kind of bargain are you talking about?
It's simple. You grant me 3 wishes and I show you where the stone is.
Grant you 3 wishes, what do you mean?
Well, I can ask for 3 things that you have to do for me. And don't worry, it will be fun. You'll see. What do you say? Do we have a deal?
Fine, why not? 3 wishes for the stone.
Awesome. I knew you would say yes, and we can start right away. Just come down to the beach in a few minutes.
So maybe I'm just thinking that there's more creepiness going on than there is. I'm feeling some major creep going on in this town. And maybe it's just my imagination and I'm creating it where there is none, but because of that creep, this is like my favorite quest so far. Like, I'm legitimately like, ugh, like untrusting of everyone in this town right now.
Faster. The right one starts it. You got it?
Yeah. Thanks, Daddy. You're the best father in the whole world.
And you are the best son. But look who came.
Like, things are too happy right here.
And remember, don't steer it toward the village. You don't want anyone getting hurt. Have a good time, you two.
Hey, that was quick. So, are you ready? It will be a blast. I promise.
All right, Damien. I mean, it's all for you, Damien. As ready as I can be, I suppose. So what are we doing?
Okay. Actually, it's really simple. Do you know how to shoot a bow?
Well, I do, but my marksman is very low. Like, theory time. The Black Stone, he is using the power of the Black Stone to make everybody in town think that he is an alright kid, and he's actually still, like, deformed and whatnot, and it's not based on skill points? Oh, I do, yeah.
I knew it. Awesome. So, now look.
Yeah, I think he's...
That's a starling sphere. Daddy found it in the old ruin down by the beach and put it back together for me. And he said it's really, really old. Great, isn't it?
Yeah, he's like... He's in his freaking room, like, wrapped in bandages and, like, chained to a wall or something and covered in blood, and this is just like an illusion that he is creating with the power of the Black Stone. Impressive indeed. And you said your father just put it back together? I always thought Starling craft was incredibly complicated.
Yes, it is, but Daddy is like a wizard when it comes to fixing things. Every time I break something, he just glues it back together like nothing happened.
That's my thought. Okay, yeah, that's still way too hot. Even if I was to blow on it, I wouldn't be able to get any from it. I see. So what do you want us to do with that thing?
Well, what do you think? We'll try it out. I always wanted to do that, but Daddy said that I'm too young to use a bow. But you aren't. So, that's my first wish. I want you to try out the sphere with me.
Okay, that sounds doable. How exactly does it work?
You take the bow over there, and I let the sphere fly free. Then you need to aim for it and hit it before I make it land again. Ah, and don't start firing before it is open. Otherwise your arrows will bounce right off. So, are you ready to go? At first, I'll make it fly slowly, but in the second and third rounds, I'll make it go faster.
One question before we start. What do you get out of this?
I don't know. I thought it would be fun. And that's what's important, isn't it? That you are happy as long as you are here in Silvergrove.
Oh my god. I see. Alright then, let's do this.
Don't worry if you do poorly the first time. We can play as often as you like. If you're ready, take the bow over there, and I'll start the sphere.
So I can't use my bow. Take oh, training bow. No arrows? Is it? Old rune arrow. No. Where's the training arrows? Oh God. Let me use these really high-powered. Hey, that actually kind of looks like my sword. Not the Bleak. From beside where the... Oh, there they are.
Alrighty. Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Wait. Wow. I'm...
Yes, that was awesome.
Oh, God. Oh, God. It's so bad.
Awesome. This is so much fun. I'll make it go faster now. Get ready. 1, 2, and 3.
Never said that I was good. Oh, come on! I can't lead this worth of crap if you just stop going. Oh, I only have to hit it once?
Wow, that was crazy. Come, let's see how fast it can go. On my mark.
Not too bad for not using a friggin' bow and arrow the whole game, though, right? Dang it! That was lead. Alright. And... Well, I'm after shooting it one time, then it doesn't explode again.
Phew. Sorry, I shouldn't have made it go so fast. Then it would have been easier for you, but still, it was fun. So, what do you say? Another round? Maybe you can do even better.
Yes, I think I can.
I knew that you would say that. All right then. On my mark.
What do you mean closing?
2, and go.
I mean,
Yes, that was awesome.
God dang it, a freaking... Oh, you can. Eh.
Awesome. This is so much fun. I'll make it go faster now. Get ready.
Oh my God. You mocking me? Wow! I'm so bad at this.
Wow, that was crazy. Come, let's see how fast it can go. On my mark. 1, 2, and go.
Oh my God, really?
Yes, that was awesome. Yes, that was awesome.
Oh my God. Oh, I lit it way too much.
Phew! Sorry. I shouldn't have made it go so fast. Then it would have been easier for you, but still, it was fun. So, what do you say? Another round? Maybe you can do even better. I knew that you would say that. All right then. On my mark. 1, 2, and go. Woohoo! Strike.
Oh my god.
Yes, that was awesome.
Oh my god. Why am I bad?
Awesome. This is so much fun. I'll make it go faster now. Get ready. 1, 2, and 3.
Has he been sassing me?
Yes, that was awesome.
What? I hate this so much. Oh my god. What? I think if this is one time that I would actually prefer to be using a mouse.
Wow, that was crazy. Come, let's see how fast it can go. On my mark. 1, 2, and go.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Has he been sassing me? That bird has been sassing me.
Yay! Good one.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Phew! Sorry, I shouldn't have made it go so fast. Then it would have been easier for you, but still, it was fun. So, what do you say?
Aim?
Another round? Maybe you can do even better.
I am aiming.
I knew that you would
Alright.
say that. All right then.
Using the mouse.
On my mark. 1.
I can't use the mouse? No, come on! I can't use the mouse.
Yay! Good one.
Leading it is freaking worthless.
Woohoo! Strike. Awesome. This is so much fun. I'll make it go faster now. Get ready. 1, 2, and 3.
Well, can't do that right now.
Yay! Good one.
Leading it is... Does he know where I'm aiming? And is changing the friggin... Oh, that's so stupid.
Wow, that was crazy. Come, let's see how fast it can go. On my mark. 1, 2, and go.
This is the worst. For God's sake! Even whenever I hit it.
Phew, sorry. I shouldn't have made it go so fast. Then it would have been easier for you, but still, it was fun. So, what do you say? Another round? Maybe you can do even better.
I want...
that you would say that. Alright then.
Like, I want this to go well.
1, 2, and go!
Goes on a set path, so if you memorize the routine, it should be easy. Oh god. It's never gonna happen.
Yes! That was awesome! Woohoo! Strike! Woohoo! Strike!
Got it. Almost got it. Almost got it.
Fun. I'll make it go faster now. Get ready. 1, 2, and 3. Woohoo! Strike!
I'm not gonna memorize this pattern. Really? I can't spam arrows because I have to hold it in order to...
Let's see how fast it can go. On my mark.
Eye of Magnus? I don't know. You have to hold it in order to draw it, to pull it back far enough for it to actually fly. God dang it, this... For God's sake.
Wow, that was great. The bad guys must be really afraid of you. So, what do you say? Another round? Maybe you can do even better.
Does that count? Does that count?
Yeah, sure. That might.
All right, as long as I got the good dialogue.
Great, really. Thank you for playing with me. I'll go back to the village and tell Daddy that we're done. Just come back to the house when you're ready to hear my second wish.
100 something hours into a game of Enderal, and then I have to use a freaking bow for the first time. I'm sure if I would have been playing all that time with a bow, then that wouldn't have been as annoying. Get out of here. Get out of here. That counts. As long as that counts. Just make your excuses, WheatTon. Make your excuses for being a bad archer in this game.
So, that old thing really did work. I almost thought it wouldn't. Just go ahead and talk to Ryneus in his room. He's waiting for you.
And he's staring over a dead panther. With no weapons. Am I not supposed to think that this is weird?
Greetings.
Greetings! Dude, Petrified, what were you doing in this? What were you doing in here while I was out there with him? Why were you in here waiting?
Hey, that was really fun, wasn't it? You'll see, in Silvergrove, it's always like that. No one is ever angry around here, and they're all nice to each other. You know, you could stay here if you like. I'm sure Daddy and the others would help you build a house, and then we could play together.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll think about it.
I'm sure you'd be so much happier here than anywhere else.
Yeah, this is totally a brainwashed town.
I now know what my second wish is gonna be. Ready to hear it?
Shoot.
Alrighty. As you know, I really love to collect butterflies, to draw them, and by now I've drawn almost every kind that can be found around Silvergrove, except for one, the Moonglow Moth.
Don't I have a Moonglow Moth?
That's my second wish. I want you to help me catch some of them.
I see. How can we find them? What do they look like?
They look so incredibly awesome. Their wings are black and blue at the same time, and they shine in the sunlight like crystals. Normally, it's very hard to catch them.
Yeah.
Because
Probably shouldn't have said, I'll think about it, right? Oh, the butterflies. Okay, never mind. What kind of trick?
You have to search with your eyes and your ears at the same time. If you listen closely, you can hear this weird ringing noise that they make when they fly, and that can help you find them, even in the forest. Just be careful when you catch them. I don't want them to get hurt or anything. Here, I'll give you 15 jars, but if you find 7 of them, that should be enough.
So there's 15, but I can get by with just 7. I'm gonna try to find all 15 of them, and if I have to, I'll probably spawn them in. Understood. Any good spots where I should start searching?
Yeah, the Moonglow Meadow. That's next to the old watermill. You have a map, don't you? Here, I'll make a cross where the meadow starts. I'll wait for you in the village, just in front of the tavern. Just meet me there when you're done. Have fun and good luck.
Alright, well, I feel like I'm other than having to shoot and being bad at something, I think I'm gonna try to get all 3 of his wishes done tonight. Sharpen senses.
Walk blessed.
I shouldn't have used this way over there. All right. How is this supposed to help me? Got one. Okay, turn this off. It's easy enough to just see them. Oh, god dang it. 3 out of 7. I don't know. It's supposed to help you hear them or something. Why do I need 15 jars, though? If I only need 7, why do I need 15 jars? I don't know. You also said that it was hard for you to find the eggs for that first egg quest. Or was it someone else that said that? Maybe you're just bad at finding things. What kind of ritual am I doing for this boy? Wasn't you? Ah. I remember someone said that, like, really early. Monkeys. Lesser Kongs. Yes, yes you are. That's the point! Ooh, Ice Claw. Hi, I'm Mr. Nernroot. What? You hear a Nernroot? Where? I can't hear it. Am I still in the Moonglow thing? Bam, 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 bam. I feel like I'm no longer in the Moonglow meadow. Hey, it's not my fault I can't hear them. I gotta keep the volume kind of down so that it doesn't reach my mic. I'm gonna go over there a little bit because a bear trap. Oh. Yeah. Are you? Yeah, of course you're behind me. Have I considered using headphones? I only have some earbuds that like to fall out of my ears, and whenever they do fall out of my ears, the rubber pieces get lost. So I try not to use them unless I'm like, you know, playing with other people, but those are the only ones that I have, so I don't have any like good headphones, you know? I don't have any good enough that I could use for 5 hours. I should also say. No, not the bucket. Why pick up bucket? Anything special? Ooh, silver. Bucket. In a $17 gamer headset? You know, I've thought about it. But I just thought to myself, I don't really need to. Oh, chest on the shelf? Oh, I'll definitely brag. Or not. I probably won't remember. Chest on the shelf. But it's not like I'm gonna stop until I get... Oh, there it is. I will spend hours on it if I have to. I don't really need any of that stuff. Does this count towards the exploring before finishing the third? The third wish? I don't know if this counted as part of the area. That's why it might not count. You know, you like, it might have been like, explore the town. And that would have counted. Another ice claw. What? Why does that want me to go in there? Wait, what? The heck? Man, get out of here with this confusing quest marker stuff. Get out of here. Get out of here, you crazy. Crazy quest marker. Is there a magic salesperson in this town? I'm going to explore the town. I'm gonna look for a spellbook salesperson. Because I feel like a creepy town like this, they should have some crazy spellbooks. Inn? Are you the inn? Tavern? Tavern. Tavern and inn? Or is the inn and tavern separate for the first time? Oh, you're really bad at dancing.
Greetings. Walk blessed, and welcome to Silent Moon's Inn. You're not from around here, are you? How can I help you?
I'd like to know a little bit more about your village. It seems quite peaceful.
Yes, you're right. I haven't been on the outside for ages, and honestly, I don't plan to change that anytime soon. Most of this place's beauty is owed to the river that comes from the mountain. There's a nice little legend about how it came to be. Care to hear it?
Sure, go ahead.
All right then. I'm sure you already saw the ancient ruin near the waterfall, didn't you? It is said that once
Maybe.
a worthy couple of sublime path lived there. They were tired of the mainland's never-ending troubles and thus moved here, which is an odd choice, especially considering that before the oasis grew, this place was little more than dust and sand. But nevertheless, they did, and they hired the best craftsmen in Duneville to build them a home here. Fruit, bread, and water had to be brought here weekly. Lavish, but it worked. After a couple of years living there, the woman gave birth to a child, Cineri, a healthy boy, young and strong. Only 6 months after his birth, he already knew how to speak and walk. It all seemed as if the family would lead a happy life there for years to come. But then, something strange happened. The Myrads stopped coming. Days passed, weeks, and finally moons. No matter how long they waited, they just wouldn't come. And slowly but surely their provisions would run out. The route to Duneville was far too perilous to be traveled alone, so they were trapped. "We will die here," the father said as they sat together one day, he and his wife emaciated and weak, since they saved all the food that was left for their son. Cineri was desperate. He screamed, cried, and asked the gods for help, but he was powerless. One gray, desolate morning, it was over, and both his mother and father were dead.
Did Suneri take the place of Ryneus, and that's why he got better?
Fell to his knees and whispered, "Why is this happening to me? What have I done to deserve such cruelty?" And he started crying. And then a miracle happened. As the first tears reached the dusty ground, a flower started sprouting, and only a second later it was fully grown. Then grass, and then, just like a flood, a wave of life crashed through the dusty valley, and everywhere wonderful plants and trees came into being. And finally, before the boy had even realized what had happened, a stream of water crashed through the rock. And as Cineri lay there, his body fragile and his eyes wet, he realized what he had done without understanding how. He smiled, closed his eyes, and died. Well, that's it. According to the legend, the grove has been the way it is now ever since then. So, how did you like the story?
It was wonderful. Thanks for telling
Oh,
me.
you're welcome. It was one of my favorite stories when I was younger, despite the ending.
Silent Moon's Inn. That sounds a little saintly for an inn.
Yes, I won't argue with that. And do you want to know something bizarre? I don't have the slightest idea why my companion and I chose the name back in those days. The memory seems a little blurry, unreal. Huh, but I guess that was due more to the brandy than anything else.
I need to stock up on my provisions. Have anything?
And you know what? Take this on the house as a welcoming present. It's a handmade date cake, the best in the entire desert. We don't get visitors too often.
I'm not going to eat that.
Greetings.
I do not trust this town. Just saying. You look like a little bit like a witch lady. You got no spells to sell? No. And of course, that. I'm not gonna play that game. It was a wonderful story. Thank you for telling me.
Hello.
What's this house? Gella's house. Samael's house. Roback's General Store. Why do we never see lieutenant stores?
Apparently, Ryneus' father patched up this weird sphere his boy found in the old ruin.
Yeah, I heard about it. What's it good for?
Well, I don't understand that myself, but Tahara said that some people from Ark would pay hundreds for that thing. Old Starling craft, that's what she said.
Pah. Too bad they'll never get their hands on it. They'd only use it to make some killing machine out of it. By the righteous path. How glad am I to live here and not in that stinking hole of a city?
Tell me about it. Anyway, I have business to do. Take care.
Yes, you too.
Everybody seems to keep saying, man, I really love living here.
Now look at that, a new face. Welcome to Silver Grove. Might you be interested in some sun-dried dates or a bottle of banana brandy?
I'd like to see your wares. I'm not gonna buy any of that stuff, but I'm just looking at it and I'm like,
Walk blessed.
A stranger in our village. Now that's quite a sight. So, allow me to greet you properly. Welcome to our beautiful home.
they like it too much here. It's suspicious. So this is the ruin that the waterfall that the lady was talking about. What? Ah! Monkey! You see, I feel like I should just be, like, cutting through people with this. I feel like I should be stronger. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. I don't know if I'm adequately strong for my level. Reject modernity. Return to Tyak. Lockpicks left, 99 plus. I don't need that. I don't need Macalite ore. Cave under the waterfall requires a key. Is there a key up here? Just a key that's... Key over here. Ice Claw. That's cool. And we're 502. I have to find a key for that cave because I want to go there before I leave this area. But for now, let us continue our butterfly hunt. Oh, no, wait. There's another one. There's another ruin or something over there. And a mine, it seems. I won't find a key to that place? Ever? Well, that sucks. Mine down there. Maybe. Or up here. There it is. Vagrant. Might as well get this mine over here. Old silver mine discovered. Boom. No, both of those. Great. I've got tons of Macalite ore. Requires key. Huh. So is that gonna be a a thing with everything is that I need a key and will not find a key. Wait, no. Where is that at? Like way up there? Where's this weird, like, ruins thing at? By the beach. Okay. Okie dokie. And then it's gonna, I'm gonna get there and find a door and it's gonna be like, you need a key to open this door. I kind of forgot about the beach. Old Darkesh. God, I'm stuck. Freaking get off of me! Nice. Nice. What was this? Old Dakaresh? Dakaresh. Void salts are rare. I feel like I've got tons of them though. But whatever. Maybe I have tons of fire salts. I mean, I haven't used anything for anything. You know, I've just got a ton of crap that I never use. Having an item limit in ESO
Finally, some fun.
kinda has kind of made me stop taking everything. Is that another one? Well, hey, there's another one. Did you go take care of it? Dun 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 dun. Dun dun. What? Holy crap. Holy crap, what? Yeah. Petrie's crazy. There's a jump puzzle in this area? Ooh. I like platforming puzzles. Hey, Ice Claw. Does it have to do with that Ice Claw? Probably not, right? Nah, nah. On top of the pillars. What about them? Was that what I was looking for? The ice claw? Now, let me get up to a higher vantage point again. Just one more again. High vantage point, one more again. Top of the pillars. Not really seeing anything at the top of the pillars. Maybe it's not those pillars. The blah. Blah. I jump over there. Like I could probably make it to that one. And probably can't make it to that one. So it was just the ice claw though? Okay. I feel like there's nothing left in here. I'm so glad that I live here. This place is amazing. You should live here too. Everyone's happy here. Further east? Oh, hey. I've been going slightly further east. Void salts. I forgot to get the void salts from this guy. Da, da, da. Massive chest ahead. Heavy armor. All right. So. That's nice. Okay, so this area is always at sunset, yeah? I didn't think about it for a while, but it's been sunset for a long time. Wow. I was apparently having a headache as I came through the valley. So, yeah, there's some... should be a movie called The Longest Sunset. Yeah, Ryneus is a master psionic mage that is having his powers amplified by the black stone. That's my guess right now. That's my guess. That's my theory at the moment as to what is happening. And that's why, again, I keep hearing the phrase, "Oh, I love living here." You know? So glad that I live here. Everyone's happy here. Back to catching butterflies. Okay, 5 more. Oh, he went into the wall. That's not fair. He flew into the wall. Oops, I didn't mean to pick up the blue Malthus flower. 3 more. I think we're pretty good. The tea tasted pretty good. Could have used just a little bit more sugar, but that's it. Oh. It's better for me. It's good for my health to not have as much sugar. I don't know the extent of this meadow. I think that's... I'm kind of keeping myself to a specific little area. The other side of the wall is part of the Moonglow Meadow. Do you hear that? Like that woof. You okay?
Yeah, I'm just tripped over him.
Well, he's very trippable. Okay, so this part of the... One more. That's the sound the moths make. Oh, okay. Yeah, why do you need to use that that sharpen senses spell for that? Across the... One by the hole in the wall. This hole? this hole? Gotta admit, though, whenever I'm given, like, a quest to actually look for something, I can find stuff pretty good. Until the last one. West of the hole in the wall. Is this the hole in the wall, though? Just west, not across any water. Okay, hold on. Oh, I heard it. See, that's a noise that I can hear. You know what? I hear it. Why is it a power now? It was a... I feel like Sharpen Senses is kind of dumb and doesn't work right. Like, they tried to make it work and it doesn't. Oh, there it is. Card 15. And then, hey, look at that. 16 just for fun. I just want to know what Sharpen Senses is supposed to do, because I feel like it doesn't work the way it's supposed to. Yeah, look at those eyes.
Ah, there you are. So have you already caught enough? Or do you want to keep looking some more?
I think that's about all I could find. I hope that's enough.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I could never have found that many without you. I am sure that was fun. Wasn't it?
Why didn't you look too? It's not what I usually do, but yes, it was fun.
Awesome. I knew you'd like it. And I've got something else prepared for you. Just let me take the jars back home first. See you soon.
Why is there some... Maybe you should tell them that that the clinic's closed.
Yes?
Oh yeah, I did. I found the last one.
Hey, good to see you. Are you ready for my last wish? I think you will like it.
I need you to kill a man.
I'll tell you in a moment. Let's go to the old ruin near the waterfall. I've prepared a little surprise for you there. Come, lead the way.
How good are you in a fight now that you're my companion right now? Can I feel like he is definitely not gonna like me trying to go off the path. But it's my break time. I shouldn't have to tell people that the clinic is closed on my break? I shouldn't have to fight animatronics on my break. I'm just gonna have me a punch. A punch pop. Yeah, I feel like he's definitely gonna break if I try to jump down the mountain. Like, what does this town really look like? Wow. Where am I going? In my head, I just added both of those ruins together. And they were one for a moment up here. I forgot that they were two separate ruins. That's dumb of me. That's dumb. You coming, right? Alright, cool. Petri, why are you so slow? Bird. So is he going to open the door because he has the key? Yes, I've found them all.
See that door over there? That's the entrance. Here, this key should open the door.
No wonder I wasn't gonna find it. I knew he had the key. I knew it.
Here we are. It's awesome in here, isn't it? Take a look around if you want.
Well, he probably takes shorter breaks, so he gets more of them. Like, probably takes like a 5-minute break. And then starts working again for like an hour, and then a 5-minute. So, you know. More breaks, but shorter. Don't mind if I do. Hey kid, watch this. This is how you break picks. This is how you break lock picks. It's a useful skill, but I'm just not good at it. And I'm afraid that I'm going to use too many points for it, so I don't want to, you know, put too much into it. Whenever I could get better at pew pew and slashy slash. Don't worry, kid. I'll buy you some books that you can eat later, and you'll get good at whatever you want. Block? Well, there's a block book here if you want it. I don't want it. You know, kid, you remind me of myself whenever I was your age. Kinda creepy. Looked a little bit like a girl, but that's not a bad thing. It's good to be pretty. You and me, kid. I can feel it. We're gonna go far together. Oh, this is nice. Bro, Ryneus. Is this what you wanted to show me? Oh, this is great. Please don't possess me. I feel like you're going to try to possess me or make me want to stay here forever and ever and ever. Don't leave us, play with us type of thing forever and ever and ever. Oh my god, is that me and you holding hands? That's very sweet, but please, I can't stay here forever and ever and ever. I have to save the world from the cycle. And I need that black stone in order to do that. Hey kid, you're just standing there, you're not saying anything. Is there something you want to say? Is that not what you're wanting to show me? You stopped. You stopped walking. Are you okay? Is it broken? I think you broke the quest, kid. You broke it. It's your fault, not mine. Is it my mage light? Does my mage light have to run out and then you'll talk to me? Talk to me, kid! Will you stay with me forever and ever? Come play with us, Nigel Thornbussy. Forever and ever and ever. Kid? Kid! Snap out of it! Okay. I'm going to do something. This has worked on occasion. Nice.
So,
hacks.
That's the surprise I promised you. Do you see it? That's us on the beach here in Silvergrove, right where we tested the sphere. Do you like it? It's really nice, isn't it?
Who painted this? You?
Why? Of course me. Who else? Turned out really well, didn't it?
It's beautiful. Thank you, Ryneus.
Do you think so? I thought you'd like it, but I wasn't sure. Thank you. It really means a lot to me.
Can I tell you my last wish now? After that, I will give you the stone. Just like we agreed. I promise.
Go ahead, what's your last wish? I want you to stay here.
Stay here.
What?
I want you to stay and be part of the family. I'm sure Daddy would let you move in if I asked him. Then we could play together every day. And every night we'd have supper with Daddy like we were siblings. It would be so great, wouldn't it?
Ryneus, I can't stay here, even if I wanted to. I already told you that there's something I have to do on the outside.
But why not? Why? I just don't understand. It's so much better here in Silvergrove than anywhere else. No one is ever hungry or sick, and there are never any clouds or rain.
I like the rain.
What is there in that stupid city that you need to get back to? The world out there, it's so cruel, so cold.
Ryneus,
Or is it me? It's me, isn't it? I've been a bad little brother to you, and all my games were stupid and boring. But I will change all that, I promise.
Zombie village next time I go in there, huh?
Without you, I'll be alone again. And I don't want to be alone anymore.
Alone? What are you talking about? You won't be alone here, even when I leave.
I will be. There's something I need to tell you.
What? No! There was so much there that I didn't get to read.
Just like all the others.
I will not hate you, Ryneus. What is it that you need to explain to me?
It's just, I don't know where to start. I never wanted them to be trapped here. You have to believe me. But it was the only way to make them love me. Back then, they were always mean to me. Even though I never did anything wrong. Every time Daddy took me out on the streets, they called me freak, demon, and things like that.
Yeah, I'd called it.
Everybody hated me. They all did. And it was all just because I had those bumps on my face, and my left leg was like a big clump.
I thought it was the right leg.
Daddy loved me, and he took care of me.
I think that's been switched back and forth a couple times. But I don't get it. You were cured.
No, I never was. All this here, it started when the old woman died.
Alright, I have to know what he was not saying. Here I go, watching clips of myself again. Thank you for this, by the way. Oh. Nope. He said that one. No. Said that one. What? Oh no, I'm just worn out, I guess. The flight through the crypt, the prison, now this. I'm surprised you don't feel the same way. Huh. Maybe that was skipped on purpose. The old woman.
Yes. One day she just fell down and died. As she walked past our house, her heart stopped beating. That's what Daddy said. But all the others said it was me. That I killed the woman with wild magic. Because I'm a pathless demon, a freak. But that's a lie. I never wanted to hurt anyone. Ever. They only said that because they hated me from the start.
Hey there. It's alright, Ryneus. Calm down.
No, nothing is alright. Nothing at all. They came 2 days after that happened. It was already dark, and Daddy and I were asleep when all of a sudden they came into my room and tried to pull me out of my bed. I screamed and I cried, and then Daddy came and started screaming too and punched one of the men in the face. And then one of the women pulled a knife from her coat and she...
By the gods, they killed your father?
Yes.
Protect Ryneus.
But she just stabbed him in his belly again and again. And suddenly there was blood everywhere, on the floor, on my drawings, on the bed sheets, even on Thoris's basket. Then they looked at each other in a weird way and just ran. Do you understand? They just ran and left me and Daddy there. I was so afraid, brother.
God dang it.
And then the stone started speaking to me.
The stone. So you had it with you.
Yes. Do you see the necklace?
I knew it! I knew it was the necklace.
In there. Daddy said I already had it when they found me. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but I was afraid that when you found out where it was, you would just take it and leave.
It's okay, boy. It's okay. We simp Ryneus. And what did the stone tell you?
It said that it could make everything better. that I could make it so Daddy didn't die, and that all my wishes would come true. I would finally be able to walk like the others, and everyone would love me as if I were normal.
What did you do?
What do you think? I said, yes. Then everything went black and I felt a tickle in my tummy, like when Daddy used to lift me in the air to play Myrad. When I woke up again, everything was different. It was day, and my room was so beautiful and light, and there was toys everywhere, and Daddy wasn't bleeding anymore, but was sitting on my bed. And he told me that I just had a bad dream, and that I should go look in the mirror. And when I did, I saw that I looked different, like the other children, just normal.
But what does all this mean? That this world isn't, what, real?
Yes, and no. It's the normal world, but different. It is as I want it to be.
As you wish it were.
Yes, I think that the stone can make every person here in Silver Grove see the world that I want, and do what I want them to, even before I knew it myself. At first, I was so happy, you know? Everything was so beautiful. There were date pies every night, and everyone loved me. Even the other children played with me because I didn't have the bumps anymore. I was so happy.
I will tail the boy. He shall be my son now. But now you aren't anymore. Why?
Because I found out that they were only nice to me because I want them to be. And they all just do what I want them to do. All the time. When I play tag with cages, for example, it's not really him that I'm running from. It's me. He's just like a doll, a puppet. And everyone who comes into Silver Grove becomes like that, even if I don't want them to. But you are different. I felt it the moment Gumek let you through the gate. You see my Silver Grove, but you do what you want, not what I want.
I will heal the boy's bumps. I will get him a prosthetic and heal his leg. That is the only answer that I can find within my heart. So the stone doesn't have full power over me. How can that be?
I don't know, but whenever I look at you, it's like a part of you isn't really there. I know it sounds weird, but that's how it is.
But if you're so unhappy in this place, can't you just make the world go normal again?
No, I can't. The stone, they told me once what would happen if I did. Everyone would die, because they haven't eaten anything real for years.
Oh.
It's only me, only my wishes that make them healthy, you see? And even if that didn't happen, I never want to go back out there. Daddy would die, and I would have the bumps again, and everyone would hate me. That is
Well,
why you have
nothing
to
is wrong
stay.
with his arm.
Don't you see? Together, we can be happy here, and I wouldn't be alone anymore. Please, I beg you. This is my third wish, and you promised me that you'd fulfill all of them. You promised me.
Ryneus, I can't. There must be another way.
No, there isn't. We'd all die if I made this world go away. You, me, everyone. You have to stay.
I would if I could, really, but I can't. Think, Ryneus, there must be a way.
Why don't you believe me? There isn't. And even if there was, I wouldn't do it. You know why? Because you'd hate me out there, just like all the others. You'd see my face, the bumps, my leg, and you'd spit on me and just run away. I know you would.
We must
because
get
it's
rid of the
always
boy's
been like
arm.
that. Always. I just can't take it anymore. Can't you see? I just can't.
That's not true, Ryneus. I wouldn't hate you.
You say that now, but how can I know it's the truth? How can I know you won't run away when you see how I really look? Tell me how I can trust you.
Because I promise. I promise you that I won't run away if we make it to the outside.
promise, but maybe you're right. You were always nice to me from the beginning.
Well, that's because you didn't look like a freak.
Or if the stone is right.
I
then
mean...
if I make this world go away, not just the others, but us too. I'm so scared. I don't want you to die.
We'll make it. I promise.
Yes, yes. Maybe you're right. Okay, then give me... Wait. What is this? I feel so weird. Oh no, the stone. It's in my head. Help me, brother. Help me. It hurts so much.
Defeat the incarnation of the Black Stone. And Ryneus is probably gonna die from this. And that saddens me. There's probably no saving Ryneus, is there? Jeez, man. Wow, okay. Or maybe he was just never in here with me. Yo, blue flame astronaut, cool. Please let him be okay. Please let him be okay. Please let Ryneus be okay. I will take the boy. I will heal him. I mean, if everything was an illusion, right? Well, everything's not an illusion, but... No! No! Can you see me flaring my nostrils? Yeah, but the suspense, man. I want to know if Ryneus is okay. If I can take the boy. I promised him. I promised him it would be okay. What's the point of having all this power if I can't save one good soul? Even after years. He's been alone for years. For who knows how long.
Oh no. The stone.
Alright. Let's get all my crap set up. get this done. Foo, 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 foo. Now we get to see the cool blue flame Atronach again. I wonder if there's a way to easily change the colors of a flame Atronach. In a mod. And then depending on what color the flame Atronach is. Alright. Save. Well, everyone is dead. Ryneus. Boy.
You were right, brother. We made it.
Yes, we did. Can you walk? We should leave this place.
I don't think so. The bumps, they hurt so bad, you know?
I'll go look for a horse. Stay here for now.
Yes. Thank you.
Cannot summon my... I have to be able to take him with me. I have to. Yes. I wouldn't mind that. I'm trying to take my new son back with me. I can heal him. I can heal him. Ryneus, we can go now.
Daddy, is that you? I'm so sorry about the vase. That was Thoris, and I...
Ryneus, it's me.
Yes, I saw one of them this morning. You were right. You know, sometimes all you need to do for a wish to come true is to hold on to it long enough. Can you start us a fire now, Daddy? I'm cold. So cold.
Ryneus? I can do both of these, right? Yes, please. Almost as if having a will of its own, the black stone necklace glides into your hands. I can't. Come on, Ryneus. Come on. Come on. Get up, kid. Come on. See? He's okay! See? He's okay. We're going. He's alright. He's just... Alright. I have to do both.
Daddy.
I don't want to listen to this, though.
Yes, I saw one of them this morning. You were right. You know, sometimes all you need to do for a wish to come true is to hold on to it long enough. Can you start us a fire now, Daddy? I'm cold. So cold.
I have to make him dance. I had to keep me from crying. He's such a good kid. So is this him? Yep. I see it now. It said Barry, so I didn't know that I was setting him on fire. Well... that's gonna be it for tonight. I'm sad now. I was really hoping for like a save Ryneus quest, something, to where you could like fix him and whatnot. I shouldn't have went to get the horse. I should have just used healing magic on him. Ah, okay. Should have just tried to use healing magic on him. But anyway, I thank you for joining me. I hope you enjoyed yourself. And may Ryneus rest in peace.